Good morning or afternoon, depending where you're at. It's still morning here, and welcome back to court. We had an hour delay this morning. I had to take care of some errands for myself. I'm sure you guys can understand. Oh, y'all came in quick. I'm glad y'all here. Good afternoon, Tanya. Good afternoon, M. Renee. Good afternoon, Sassy Friend. Good afternoon, Foot Soldier. So I'm gonna wait for a couple of other folks to drop down. Like I stated, wait a minute, why am I in here twice? Hmm. Let me let me refresh. The screen's gonna go. I'm gonna leave off the screen. I'll be right back in. I'm in the studio two times and I need to correct that. Wait, it dropped down. Hmm. Okay, apparently all I had to do was click it and it fixed. So, hey Winter. Let me Why is this? One moment. Oh, they screen went black. I want to try something with you guys today. I think it's going to be interesting. I think that we need to give, with the we I can't talk with the love affair, the love affair trial. We're going to pick that back up next week. I need to really go through those days. If I tell y'all that's a slow moving trial, that's a slow moving trial. Today, when I got prepared yesterday afternoon for today's trial watch, we literally would have been starting with day 5. The first few witnesses are just like extremely. I think because the defense, no, the state put on so much. I know, right? That trial is kind of like very. I I would not really have a problem getting back to that trial a different time, but I said I'll wait and talk to more of the jurors. But I knew if nothing else, I'd rather pick the trial up again like next week or maybe the week after, let more of that trial play out. That way, when we watch it, we can just go boom, 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 boom to the interested witnesses. I think what's taken away from it a lot is the fact that the state put on so much evidence that it almost seems like you're listening to the same thing. You know, the first witness, and I went through the first 4 days. I was like, golly. The first time they even had an interest in what I thought was going to be an interested witness, which was the maid, I fell asleep on that. So, but never fear, never fear. It's a court that I've been watching, like a small municipal court that I have on my radar, and I watch and I always check because they do trials, and they be interesting trials. They're in Georgia. Welcome back, Connie. Good to see you this afternoon. Um, in this trial, they started the trial. Today is day 3, and they're on deliberation. So it's a short trial, but it seems real interesting. The jury been out since yesterday afternoon. They still out when I just checked, and the jury just came in, and the judge sent them back out to continue deliberating. And it's one of those trials we don't really see. We always watching the murder trials. So I kind of think this is going to be interesting, and we can do trials like this every once in a while instead of just all the major trials. So thank y'all for joining me. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. It wasn't it exciting last night, you guys. We had like 3. We had like 3 new people drop down last night. King Ladarius, Judah, and somebody named Maria. So that was very exciting. So if we have any new subscribers in the clouds listening or checking out this replay, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good afternoon, Living. Good afternoon, Sean. Good morning. As I stated in the comments here, I had to go run to the store this morning. So that's why I pushed it back a little bit. I'm going to just repeat this. You guys, we might have to come back and revisit the love affair trial. That trial is so boring. I was doing yesterday, I was looking for the best of moments. And if I tell y'all the best footage that I was gonna come today and show y'all was starting on day 5. Okay. So we gonna I kind of made an executive decision that it might be good or do us better to shelf that trial for a minute, let it get like 2 weeks in, and then pick it up. Whereas we can have more content, and I know exactly the timestamps, exactly the days, and all that, because that trial is very, very boring. So far. Hey, Leo. So I hope y'all don't mind me making that executive decision, okay? But we will get back to it, and we'll catch the highlights and all that, the good folks, okay? I hope everybody having a good day. I want to get into this trial here, okay? As y'all can see, this is a small courthouse, right? And I have actually watched quite a few trials in this with this Judge Robert McBurney. And his it's kind of like a court like Judge Boyd's. And this is the one I got to be careful, because this is the one I typed in the notes one night that I was watching a trial, and all of a sudden, boom, they popped up the autopsy pictures with the man laid up on the table naked. I was like, ooh, I wasn't ready. But this not that kind of trial here. But this trial only took, they're on a third day now, and they're deliberating. They started deliberation yesterday late afternoon, so it's not going to be long. But it's a battery, assault, domestic violence, and it's some black folks, and I think it's going to be interesting. So it's the state, which is Georgia, versus Lawson, trial day 1. So let's check this out, and we'll decide if we like these type of trials too, something different.
That means this is going to happen or that's going to happen. When the trial is done, if you want to write a book or sing a song or do whatever, you can. There's nothing confidential about what happened here once it's over. But between now and whatever verdict you arrive at, you need to stay in a little bit of an information bubble so that you're not getting information outside the 4 walls of this courtroom. Is it working? What's on it? Anything?
No signal.
No signal. Okay. Ms. Nelson, can you reach out to IT and let them know that the monitor above the witness stand is not working? Thank you. We're going to go forward anyway because we got one big screen, and I think we'll be all right. But we'll see if we can get that working.
Just pushing it in hard.
They'll come and check it out. Are there any of you jurors who cannot see the one screen that's working? Because I think at least one of the lawyers is going to use a PowerPoint, so there may be some things that you want to see while it's there.
Why cover up the part that say do not record?
That other monitor working. All right. That concludes my instructions to you all. I'm going to turn now to Ms. Beza to see if she has an opening statement she wants to give.
Hey, Jill. Get some coffee, Sean. Mine is good.
Looks like she does.
Stop. Get off my mom. Get off my mom. Stop. Those were the words of 12-year-old Carmen McCrary as she yelled at this defendant, Larry Lawson, as he pinned her mother to the ground in the living room of their shared apartment. Her words, stop, get off my mom. Those were the words of Carmen McCrary as she saw with her own eyes the defendant's forearm pressed against her mother's neck as her mother lay on her back in the living room of their shared apartment, fighting the defendant off of her while he was on top of her.
Welcome back, Candy Cane.
Stop. Get off my mom. These were the events that happened on September 7th of 2022 at 5100 Welcome Road, apartment C7 here in Fulton County. During this attack, the defendant repeatedly punched Ms. Kenesia McCreary in the face and side of her head, hit her repeatedly, busting her lip open, and then pinned her against the ground, strangling her with his forearm against her neck. This is what happened September 7th of 2022. Who is Kenesia McCreary? You are going to hear from Kenesia McCreary. You are going to hear the basis of why the defendant is charged in this indictment with aggravated assault and battery family violence. This case is about power and control. The power and control the defendant exerted over Kenesia McCreary during their relationship. The power and control he exerted by verbal abuse and by one other occasion of physical abuse where he pinned her down on a bed. But she stayed. Who is she? Currently, she's 34 years old. She's a mother of 3. You heard about the 12-year-old at the time, who's about 15 now. She has an 8-year-old that was at the time about 10 now. And the defendant and Kenesia share a 2-year-old son, Aiden. She's a daughter and a sister. She met the defendant in 2018 at work, and they started dating in 2019. You're going to hear through the testimony of Kenesia McCreary some prior difficulties with the Lawson, prior difficulties that has happened between the defendant and Ms. McCreary. Throughout the relationship, she would testify that the defendant was verbally abusive to her, calling her a bitch, calling her his ex-wife's name. That might not mean anything to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, but he used it offensively to shame her. She'll tell you how that made her feel for him constantly calling her his ex-wife's name. He didn't like his ex-wife. You're going to hear about an incident in the summer of 2021. It was a driving incident that stood out in Ms. McCreary's mind. This driving incident is indicative of this power and control that the defendant exerted over her. They were at the store, Sam's Club, just shopping. Someone tried to talk, another man tried to talk to Ms. McCreary. The defendant got angry. Ms. McCreary got the keys. They were going to go in the car and drive away. The defendant told Ms. McCreary that he was going to drive. She was not going to drive. He was going to drive. As he was driving from the store, he drove fast and erratic, putting Ms. McCreary in the most fear of her life. She said she closed her eyes, didn't open them, fearing that they were going to crash, fearing that she was going to die based on this driving incident. You're going to hear about another incident of summer 2022, physical abuse. Ms. McCreary is going to tell you that 2 of the children, the 2 eldest children, got into some kind of argument. The daughter wanted to be left alone from the son. Ms. McCreary woke the defendant up out of his sleep. Hey, the kids are arguing. You might want to intervene. The defendant got angry with Ms. McCreary for waking him up. So what did he do? Pinned her against the bed. He exerted his power and control over her and restricted her movements. You're going to hear about all of these prior difficulties through the testimony of Ms. Kenesia McCreary. So what happened? How did we get here? What happened on September 7th of 2022? You're going to hear and see what happened through testimony, pictures, videos, 911 calls. On September 7th of 2022, Ms. McCreary was home with her 3 children. It was around 7 o'clock. She's actually giving the youngest child, Aiden, a bath. She's in the bedroom, lotioning Aiden up with the Baby Johnson lotion. It's pink. You can see it in the crime scene photos. She's lotioning Aiden, and the defendant comes home, and she'll testify that he was drunk. He smelled of gin, is what she said. He was slurring his speech, wobbling around, drooling. She didn't think nothing of it at first, because what he did when he came home is he changed his clothes, so she thought he was staying home. Not a little while later, he changed back into his street clothes. Ms. McCray tells the defendant, "Where are you going? You're drunk." He tells her, "Give me the keys," her car keys, not his keys. He's trying to take her car keys. "Give me the keys. I'm leaving." "You can't go anywhere," Ms. McCray says. "You are drunk." Ms. McCray stands by the apartment door. "You're not taking my keys. You're not going anywhere." She'll tell you that the defendant sat at the dining room table. She's still by the door, and he is yelling at her, "Give me the keys." The three children, 12-year-old, 8-year-old, 2-year-old, in the room. The 12-year-old Carmen will testify to you. She's about 15 now. She'll tell you that during that day, during this time, 7 o'clock, she heard argument. She didn't know what it was about. She heard something about keys, but didn't know the context. But when she was in the room, she heard argument between the defendant and her mom. So the defendant, getting more and more agitated, grabs Ms. McCurry by the shoulders and throws her on the floor in front of this TV. Her head is facing the TV, she's on her back, her legs are facing that back couch. He starts repeatedly punching her and hitting her in the face and in the ear, busting her lip. You will see a picture of her busted lip. Carmen, the 12-year-old, will tell you that at this time, she is holding her two younger brothers in the room. She doesn't want them to see or hear anything happening with her mother and the defendant. However, Carmen will also tell you that when her mother was pinned to the ground, they were no longer arguing. She was pinned to the ground. She comes out of the room, down the hallway, and tells the defendant, "Stop, get off my mom. Stop, get off my mom." The defendant doesn't. The defendant still has Ms. McCray pinned to the floor, his forearm on her neck. Carmen witnessed it. The defendant pushes Carmen out of the way. She stumbles back and still has Ms. McCray pinned to the ground. Carmen gets scared. At this point, she's pushed. She sees her mom being assaulted. So she goes to the room to call Grandma, Peggy McCreary. What she doesn't know is that a younger brother, 8 years old at the time, called Grandma. 6 years old at the time, called Grandma on their cell phone. So Carmen and brother is talking to Peggy McCreary, Grandma, on the phone. "Grandma, come over here. Grandma, come over here. They're fighting. Grandma, come quick." So Grandma comes. Grandma is about 5 minutes away. Grandma and Auntie LaTanya Hopper, who you would hear from, comes rushing to the apartment. Ms. McCreary is pinned to the ground. Eventually, Ms. McCreary escapes the defendant and runs to the bedroom and gets her gun. She actually locks herself in the bedroom. Her gun is located in a lockbox. She takes her gun out and she corners herself by the mirror. You'll see the crime scene photos. She's standing by the mirror in the room with a gun in her hand. She hears, and Carmen hears from her bedroom, the defendant is picking the lock to the room. Carmen's in a separate room. She hears the defendant picking a lock. Ms. McCreary's in the bedroom corner, she hears the defendant picking the lock. The defendant comes in the room. Ms. McCurry has her gun. Get away from me, points it at the defendant. The defendant says, somebody gotta die tonight. Somebody's gonna die tonight, as he goes towards Ms. McCurry. Ms. McCurry then backs up even further, closer to the toddler bed. There's a mirror in the corner. You will see the photos in the corner of a toddler bed. Don't come any closer. She's pointing the gun at him. He is still coming at her. Ms. McCurry feels at one moment he pounces at her, and so she shoots him. Not in the chest, in his leg, to get him away. You are going to see the crime scene photos. It is bloody. She shoots him in his leg. But guess what? The evidence will show, we got away from her. The evidence will show blood down the hallway as he stumbles down the hallway, in the living room, on the dining room table, as he stumbles there. Big pool of blood, lots of blood everywhere, because he's shot in the leg. There is blood everywhere. He got away from her, though.
Welcome back, Kervitson.
The evidence will show two pieces of physical evidence. One, and look out for this, when you see the crime scene photos, there's a shell casing in that same corner that I was talking about, where she's backed in the corner in the bedroom. There's a shell casing. And you will see, please pay attention to this in the crime scene photos, that the evidence will show where the blood is pooled in the bedroom, which is by the TV. It is evident of him coming towards her. Please pay attention to those photos. So what happened? He wasn't trying to kill him. He was trying to kill him, just trying to get him away from him. But so she did. But now he's bleeding out. So Grandma, who's already on her way, Peggy McCurry, called 911 while she's driving to the house. And Ms. McCurry also called 911. You're going to hear two of the calls from Ms. McCurry. First call cut off. Second call, she calls back, and she's helping him. The 911 operator is telling her what to do. Apply a tourniquet to the leg, apply pressure to the leg. Despite Ms. McCurry's face bleeding, neck hurts, ears ringing, she's trying to help him because he is bleeding out. The first responding officer comes to the scene, Officer Farrell, and you will see the first few minutes of his body camera footage. You will see exactly what happens when he opens the door. I should say when the door is opened. Because at the time officers come, Grandma's on the scene, Peggy McCurry, LaTanya Harper's sister is on the scene as well. She was with the grandmother. First question Officer Farrell asks, who shot him? Ms. McCurry says, me. She's on the floor, applying pressure to his leg. Me. He pushed my child. He was abusing me. She never tried to hide it. She shot him. She shot him to get him away. She shot him. So what Officer Farrell did was, and you'll see on the video, he detained her, not arrested. Please pay attention. He detained her and put her in the police car until investigators came to do an investigation to see who to take warrants out for. The investigation continues. Crime scene came on scene. They took pictures. You'll see all the pictures. They collected the shell casing from the corner of the room. They collected the gun. EMS came, treated Ms. McCurry, investigator Dickerson. EMS also treated or spoke to the 12-year-old. The 12-year-old was having an asthma attack, as you will see in the 911 reports, as well. The EMS will testify. And investigator Dickerson was the lead investigator. And what he did was he did an investigation. He looked at the crime scene. He looked at where the evidence was located. He spoke to Ms. McCurry. He spoke to Carmen. He tried to determine what happened on this scene. And what he determined was Ms. McCurry should be released and there are warrants taken out for the defendant's arrest. Now you're going to hear from two experts in this case, Rosa James and Heather Williams. Rosa James is a domestic violence expert, and she's going to explain to you, through her professional opinion, why victims of domestic violence stay in relationships during abuse. Someone calls you out of your name. Someone pins you to the bed. Someone is driving erratically. Why, in her expert opinion, do victims of domestic violence stay? She'll talk about the cycle of abuse, and she'll talk about power and control. The power and control that abusers exert over their victims. You're also going to hear from Heather Williams. She's our strangulation expert. And she's going to talk to you all about strangulation. But the most important part, and I want you to listen to this part of her testimony, is that she'll tell you that oftentimes there's no sign of strangulation on the outward of the neck, especially if a ligature, belt, whatever, or fingernails are not used. She'll tell you in her expert opinion how strangulation affects the victims of strangulation, and further, how long strangulation symptoms can last. Now, I do want you to remember one thing. This is not television. Witnesses will be called out of order. Everyone has their own schedules. Try to take notes, but not at the detriment of paying attention. And most importantly, at the end of the trial, follow the law, the judge's instructions on the law. The state asks, and the judge will ask, and it is your duty to follow the law, even if you do not agree with it. Even if you don't agree with it, we ask you to merely follow the law. And at the end, I submit to you that the state would have proven our case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I ask that you find the defendant, Larry Lawson, guilty for what happened in that living room: aggravated assault and battery family violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beza.
Huh.
Ms. Feely or Ms.
That's what
Rios?
get our attention, huh?
Ms. Rios.
Welcome everybody who came in. We took a detour from another trial. We're trying something
Good morning,
out
members of the
today.
jury.
Let me be quiet.
Today is a very important day for Larry Lawson. Even though the trial might only take a couple of days, that does not diminish the importance of this for Mr. Lawson. The state charged the wrong person. The state brought charges against Larry when he is the abused, not the abuser. He is an abused who survived his abuser shooting him in the leg. Larry Lawson fought for his life back then. Now, on September 7th, 2022, around 7 o'clock, he was at the home he shared with Ms. McCrary.
Morning, Tracy.
He decided that he wanted to leave that home. He got up, went to the door. She got in front of the door and said, "No, you cannot leave." That was the first time she stopped him from leaving. The second time she stopped him from leaving is when she shot him in the leg. Now, the police were called and it came to the scene. They only talked to Ms. McCrary. Now, Mr. Larry is sitting at the defense table today. Why is that? Is it because he is a man? Because if Mr. McCrary had been a woman, would he be sitting there today? She shot him. She stopped him from leaving twice. He laid there unconscious, fighting for his life. Now, when the police got there, they only spoke to Ms. McCrary. They couldn't speak to Mr. Larry Lawson because he was lying there bleeding, unconscious, in and out of consciousness. They talked to her and that was it. Now, they could have went back and talked to Larry Lawson while he was in the hospital after he recovered, but they chose not to do that. They only got their story from Ms. McCrary. I want you to think about the motivations that the witnesses had in this case for saying what they did, their reasoning. I want you to keep an open mind. Men are not only abusers, women can be abusers too. Now, there will be pictures in this case, a lot of evidence, a lot of pictures, lots of videos. The most pictures that you will see are pictures of Larry lying on the ground, or videos of Larry unconscious, lying on the ground, and pictures of blood, lots of blood. There will be pictures of blood, and mostly in the hallway area where the blood was pooling. You will not see many pictures of Ms. McCrary and the injuries she supposedly sustained. Most of the pictures you will see in the evidence in this case would be the injuries to Larry Lawson and how much blood he lost and how he almost died that day. He is a survivor, not an abuser. I asked you to do more than what the officers in this case did, which was only talk to Ms. McCrary and no one else. I asked you not to be sponges for the state and just accept the theory of their case and what the witnesses say. I asked you to actually look at the evidence and go through it bit by bit, piece by piece, and analyze the state's case. Look at what you pay close attention to what you see and what you hear in the evidence, but also pay close attention to what you do not see and what you do not hear in this case. Ask yourself, is this proof of a fact or proof of an allegation? Now, the state has the burden of proof throughout the entirety of the case. It stays here. It never goes here. It never changes. They have to prove each and every element of the crime charge beyond a reasonable doubt to or moral certainty. The defense doesn't have to prove anything. Look for inconsistencies in Ms. McCrary's testimony. And also, what motivation would the witnesses have to tell their story? The officers came that day. She would have been arrested if not for her side of the story, which they never got Larry's side of the story. What were her motivations? What would be her daughter's motivations? What would be her mom's motivations? Don't just accept the story that the state has brought to you. Think about it. Does their actions that Ms. McCrary took that day, do they make sense? Is that what you think that someone in her position, those actions she would take would do? Think about all those things. Now, when the judge instructs you on the law, I ask you to pay close attention because you are the judges of the facts and law in this case. And I ask you to return the only verdict that makes sense, that speaks truth, and that is that Larry is not guilty. He is a survivor.
Thank you, Ms. Rios. Ladies and gentlemen, I was originally going to say, let's get through a couple witnesses before we take our morning break, but the IT crew is here to make this monitor work. I think it'll be helpful once we have witnesses testifying, for those of you who are a little deeper in the jury box, to have the top monitor as well.
So what did we think about the defense opening? It was strong too. It was strong. And what I think about it is I was surprised by a couple of good points she made. Like I literally, when I heard the woman had shot him, the state was better, I think too. But that is actually a thought that I had. If the roles were reversed, would
All due to the president accounted for.
it be going
Thank you,
down?
Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. I'm sorry on behalf of.
And somebody else in the jury box said, "Oh, he on trial. Yeah, he on trial, not her, and she shot him." That don't mean the shooting of him could have been self-defense, obviously, right? But I did think that my own self, because I said this could have went a whole different way, But let's get to it. Let's see.
Facilities maintenance, that there's a non-functional restroom in there, but we've called the right people,
women
and
abuse men too.
we'll see what they can do.
In my lifetime.
And we got that monitor working.
It's not cute, but it's true. I had to really get to a point where I had to learn and mature to the fact that that's not cool. Welcome back, M. Renee. We took a detour from that boring trial, the love affair trial. We're gonna revisit that trial when they get some action going. Baby, I went all the way to day 5 in watching it and couldn't find not anything that wouldn't have put us to sleep. Okay. This is a smaller court out of Georgia. It's a domestic violence and aggravated assault, and it's already starting to be very interesting. We just heard the opening statements. Both attorneys did great presentations. The states were stronger. I would say, see, this wouldn't happen if you be on time, but seeing how I push back by an hour, I don't get the right to say that. All right, let me warm up my coffee. I'm in the chat with y'all for half a second.
Well, sit in face me, raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, self God. I do. You know my seat. Can you state the name of the word?
Marcus Trailer, MARCUSTRAYLOR.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Where are you currently employed?
Fulton County Emergency Services 911.
And what is your position?
I'm the custodian of records for 911.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as the custodian of records?
I produce 911 records.
What are 911 records?
They are records of 911 calls from emergencies that people call in about police, fire, EMS.
What are CAD reports?
Computer-aided dispatch reports. They're transcripts of 911 calls.
How are 911 calls and CAD reports stored?
Electronically on a computer server.
Are 911 calls and CAD reports stored also in the regular course of business?
Yes.
How do you access 911 calls and CAD reports?
From our Superion system, computer system. I can access it by case numbers, addresses, things like that through the computer.
And is each 911 call assigned a specific number?
Yes.
And is each CAD report assigned a specific number?
Yes.
Now, what you have in front of you is State's Exhibits 1 through 3, and then 4 through 10. Do you recognize State's Exhibits essentially 1 through 10?
Yes.
Let's start with State's Exhibits 1 through 3. Are these 3 CDs of 911 calls associated with an alleged incident on September 7th of 2022 at 5100 Welcome Hall Road here in Fulton?
Yes.
Have you reviewed these 911 calls on State's Exhibits 1 through 3?
Yes.
As State's Exhibits 1 through 3, a fair and accurate recording of the 911 calls pulled from your system?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves State's Exhibits 1 through 3 into evidence.
You are going to get an exhibit list, or you've got one that I could use to keep track as well?
I've got one that you can use to keep track.
Thank you. Ms. Rios, any objection to the admission of states 1 through 3?
No objection, Your Honor.
They are admitted. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Moving on to State's Exhibits 4 through 10. Do you recognize State's Exhibits 4 through 10?
Yes.
What do you recognize States Exhibits 4 through 10 as?
They're the computer-aided dispatch reports, the transcripts of the 911 calls.
Now, there are 7 reports total, correct?
Yes.
And there are 3 calls, right?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury what the 7 reports are specifically?
So 470 is for EMS. 467 is one of the calls.
You can use the exhibit number at the bottom, not
Okay. States Exhibit 8 is the South Fulton Police dispatch. States Exhibit 4 is the first initial 911 hang-up call. States Exhibit 7 is another duplicate call for the third CD. And States Exhibit 6 is the fire department's response. And States Exhibit 5 is another EMS response.
So it's a compilation of the initial calls, EMS, and fire.
Correct.
And are these fair and accurate CAV reports from the 3 911 calls generated in States Exhibits 1 through 3?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves States Exhibits 4 through 10 into evidence.
Ms. Rios, any objection to states 4 through 10?
No, Your Honor.
They're also admitted.
Now, I want to talk about the calls first, and they'll be published with later witnesses. In regards to the first call, States Exhibit 3, that is there, you refer to that as the hang-up call. Have you had an opportunity to listen to that call?
Yes.
What do you mean by hang-up call?
So the caller called 911 and disconnected.
And did that caller call back?
Yes.
And is that States Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Now, for States Exhibit 2, was that the same caller from the first 2 911 calls?
A different caller.
At this time, the state will be publishing first States Exhibit 7. And did that caller call back?
Yes.
And is that States Exhibit 1? I don't know what's that.
Okay, we're back. I told you there'd be no rewind, and yet there just was. Don't get used to that. That won't normally happen. We have a special, as in sometimes it's challenging and challenged, AV sharing system here. But when you're ready, hopefully the black boxes don't get in the way too much.
Starting with States Exhibit 4. So is this the CAB report that is affiliated with the hang-up call?
I'm going to, before you answer that, I'm sorry. The black boxes are not redactions. So it is not that Ms. Beza or Mr. Traylor or anyone else is trying to keep things from you. That is a defect in our display system. That will disappear sometimes. So we're not gradually revealing what's on these documents. If something is redacted, I'll let you know.
States Exhibit 4. Is this with the hang-up call?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury the event ID number and what that means?
It's 2022-307-406. It's generated once the 911 operator presses a button and enters the information for an event.
And what is the location?
This location is a cell tower location at 5144 Welcome Road, Southwest.
And did the caller give a name?
No.
Okay. How about a phone number?
404-454-8260.
And what time was this call, date and time was the call received?
September 7, 2022 at 7:24 p.m.
Now, moving down under the event log, these CAD reports have event logs. What does that mean?
That's system information, information that comes over from the AT&T phone system. So it shows the cell tower address.
Thank you. Now I'm going to be publishing at this time States Exhibit 5. And from your review, was States Exhibit 5 affiliated with the second call?
Yes.
Now, what is the event ID number for this call?
2022-307-407.
And who was the caller on this call?
It shows Latanya Hooper, but I guess they came over from the phone system, but the caller was actually Kanisha.
Kanisha McCrary?
Yes.
Now, when it shows two callers like that, does that, when you listen to the call, were there two voices on the call?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about the date and time that this call was received.
When you say there were two voices on the call, I mean, there'll always be two voices. If I'm calling 911, there's me and then there's your operator. Do you mean there were two voices on the, I'll call it the caller side rather than the operator side?
That's correct.
Okay.
Now, moving down to the date and time that this call was received.
September 7, 2022, 7:25 p.m.
And when was the first officer dispatched?
At 7:28 p.m.
On the same day.
Yes.
Now, under the event log and moving down to the second page of State's Exhibit 5, and then onto the third page, on the event log, can you please describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
So this is system information as well. It shows where the 911 operator changed the name to Kanisha from the original information that came over from the phone system. It shows additional notes and basic system information.
And at the top of it, it states gunshot, correct? And you can look at your screen as well.
Yes.
Okay. And can you please read the rest of what it enumerates on State's Exhibit 5, page 3?
So it was a gunshot, happened now, less than 6 hours. The assailant is inside the same structure. There's serious bleeding, not responding normally, a peripheral wound, a single wound. It has the date and the time and the operator's last name. 47-year-old male, conscious breathing. Caller statement is a GSW. A chief complaint, gunshot wound. Dispatch code is a 27 Delta 03. Patient's not alert. Suffix G for gunshot. Response is a Delta level. Questions, gunshot happened now less than 6 hours. Assailant inside the same structure. There's serious bleeding, not responding normally. As the date, the time, the operator's last name. The fire dispatcher notated that the complainant advised her daughter shot him. Female, 32-year-old. Subject, black female, unknown shirt with gray pants. Still at the location. The date, the time, the operator's last name and first initial. Fire unit stated that 78 was the first party caller. Male shot at the CAD location in the leg. The date and the time.
Thank you. Moving on to State's Exhibit 7. What is the event ID for this one?
2022-307-409.
Okay. And what is the time that this call was received?
7:26 p.m.
Now, under the event log, it states potential duplicate event listed. Why does it say that?
So this was additional call received for the same event. So it the system flags it as the same event once they type in the address.
Okay. Now, moving on to State's Exhibit 10. Can you please tell the jury about this CAD report?
So this is a EMS call, the second EMS call generated. It's 2022-307-470. It's for the 12-year-old having an asthma attack.
Okay. Now, going on to the third page of this call under the notes section, Can you please read where it states what you just testified to in regards to what this call was about? It's around the 6th line down.
So the South Fulton Police Unit 203 requested a signal 4, which is an ambulance, back to the location for a 12-year-old female having an asthma attack.
No further questions for this witness.
Ms. Rios, do you have any questions for Mr. Traylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it Traylor or Taylor?
Trailer.
Okay, good.
At the time that you received the 911 call, you said you heard another voice on the call.
Yes.
To base, do you know who that person was?
It was the sister. Looking for her name. It's the sister. Latanya.
Hear anyone else in the background?
I heard a male's voice.
So I'm clear, Mr. Traylor, when you're saying you heard these things, were you the actual 911 operator, or you are relaying this to the jury because you as the custodian have listened to these recordings?
Right. I listened to the recordings. I was not the operator.
During the recordings, did you hear Ms. McCrary mention anything about being strangled?
Objection, Your Honor. The best evidence is the actual recording, which will be played.
I'm overruling the objection. There've been questions asked about what's on there. So if you want to ask that, you can. You can also wait till it's played, but.
I'll finish my question.
Okay.
I would have to listen to the recording to refer to.
That's why I have so.
Okay. Any redirect, Ms. Beza?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions from the jurors? So you write them down?
Told y'all this judge allows for the jurors, excuse me, to ask questions that they maybe, to something they maybe didn't hear or something they was confused about. But what happens is when they write their questions, they don't automatically ask the witness. The judge and the attorneys go back, look over the questions, decide if it's proper, and then if they are, they get asked.
Okay.
Very interesting to me.
Mr. Traylor, can you, by looking at the documents you have, tell how much time passed between what you've called the hang-up call and the next call you received?
You wish you was there, Tracy? So you could ask you some questions, huh?
Does that question make sense?
Yeah.
My question would be, can we hear the tape? Look, Kendra, I'm going to put the case information on the screen.
So, and the hang-up call was first?
Yes, at 1924, and then the next call, 1925.
And the time you're giving is not Greenwich Mean Time. That would be in Fulton County. That's 7:24 p.m.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then 7:25 is the second call. And was the second call the one from the same number that ended up ultimately having the two different speakers?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Ms. Beza, do you have any follow-up based on the questions I just asked Mr. Traylor?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
State just would like to publish State's Exhibit 4 and 5 again, and to put those times in the record to get the proper estimate.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 4, Mr. Trailer, is the hang-up call, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what time was, once the black box disappears, what time was that received?
7:24 p.m.
And 53 seconds, correct?
Yes.
So 6 seconds from 7:25,
Yes.
all right? And moving on to State's Exhibit 5, second call, what time was that received?
7:25:26.
So really, it's about 30 seconds in between the calls.
Yes.
All right, no further questions.
Ms. Rios, any follow-up based on the questions I asked about the timing of the two calls?
There.
All right, may Mr. Trailer be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir, for being here. You can leave things as they are right there.
All right.
Appreciate it. State's next witness.
State calls Officer Farrell.
Well, I guess we're not gonna hear the 911 caller. Did I miss that when I went and got my coffin?
Please give your hand right hand. You swear affirm that testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Go ahead, I see. Can you say and spell your name for the record?
Name is Errol, Errol. Last name Farrell, Farrell.
Sorry about that. With all that gear on you, it's a little awkward.
It's a little tight space.
Yeah, the chair doesn't have wheels. You're free to move it back a little as long as you use your command voice into the microphone so we can hear you. I don't want you to get indigestion because all your gear is pushing you in.
That should be fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good
Where are you
morning.
currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Where?
Clinton County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity?
I'm a sheriff's deputy.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as a sheriff's deputy with Clinton County?
With the Clinton County Sheriff's Office, have responsibility to the courts and also on the streets as well.
I'm having a hard time hearing you inside.
Said on the streets and also on the courts.
And when did you start this?
I started in August of 2023.
Where did you work before?
Before I was with South Fulton Police Department.
And what was your position there?
I was a police corporal.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities as a police corporal?
Responsibilities was responding to 911 calls for service.
Are you post-certified?
Yes, I am.
You completed your mandatory training?
Yes.
Were you post-certified in September of 2022?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to September 7th of 2022. Were you working at that time?
Yes.
Were you happened to be called to 5100 Welcome All Road?
Yes.
What county?
It was South Fulton.
And what time were you dispatched to that location?
Be around 7 p.m.
It'll be a little after 7 p.m.
Yes.
Now, what kind of location is this?
It's a apartment complex.
Did there come a point in time when you arrived at the scene?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury what happened when you arrived at the scene?
Responding to the location in reference to a person shot. Upon my arrival, located the apartment that 911 call came from and entered into the apartment and made contact with the people on the inside.
Was that apartment C7?
Yes, it is.
When you entered the apartment, what did you see?
Observed a black male laying on the ground, motionless. Also observed a female
Welcome back, Lady Steph.
holding compression on his left leg area with a towel and a belt used as a tourniquet.
Now, this female that you observed, what was her demeanor?
She was very hysterical and crying. She started saying that she was being abused and the guy hit the child.
Objection, hearsay. Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is an excited utterance. The witness just testified that she was hysterical and crying, and it's also a present sense impression. She made these statements while actually in the event.
Literally, she just said, yes, like before this incident about the child, that was not an excited utterance.
I didn't follow your point again. I'm not.
I don't know what he's talking about with the child or when that happened. So I don't see how this could be an excited utterance when it's not currently happening. What's currently happening is Mr. Lawson is bleeding out.
Welcome
Okay,
back to the Glow Aesthetics.
I didn't hear the part about the child. That doesn't mean you didn't.
Okay, so this is a good place to break in real quickly because we had quite a few people coming in. Welcome back to the box. Glad to see y'all today. Coming through to serve y'all civic duties. This is we took a detour from the big trial, the love affair trial. We're gonna revisit that, let it go on for a while, because it's anywho, we're gonna come back to that trial, okay? So I was trying out something new with you guys. This is a smaller court out of Fulton County, Georgia. Okay. And I love this judge. I've been watching the judge for over a year. He has a lot of different interesting cases, from murder to aggravated assault, like this one, a plethora. So this is state of Georgia versus Larry Lawson. And the charges are aggravated assault and aggravated assault and battering, and also family violence. Okay. The situation just broke down into a nutshell. The boyfriend came home drunk. He tried to take his girlfriend's car. The two of them started tussling, with him choking her, allegedly, busting her lip. She ended up breaking loose from him, running in her room and hid. He got into the locked room. He ended up getting shot in the leg by the girlfriend. The boyfriend is on trial now, not the girlfriend. It was like self-defense for her. She didn't have any type of legal situation, but he is now on trial, Larry Lawson, for family violence and aggravated assault. This is the second witness. The first witness was just a 911 person, just talking about the 3 different calls that was made. We didn't get to hear it, and that's where we at with this. Please like and subscribe. So that's the recap, okay? Thank y'all for joining. Hit the like.
Didn't say it, but I do find that the things that Ms. McCrary was saying in this instance, as in like walking in and Officer Farrell says, "What happened?" Would constitute excited utterances. If we go much further, did you take her to the side and interview her? We'll be moving away from the ambit of an excited utterance exception to the hearsay objection.
Yes, sir. The state was going further.
Okay.
So you asked her what happened,
Yes.
and just so that the record can be clear, what did she, please take her demeanor again.
Before you answer, you've preserved the objection. I know this is the questions coming in again. You're not waiving anything by letting it be answered the second time. I think it's just for clarity's sake. But your objection that it's hearsay applies to the answer that's about to come as well.
Thank you.
What was her demeanor?
She was very hysterical and crying.
And when you asked her what happened, what did she say?
She did advise that she did shoot him in the leg. And she also stated that he abused her and hit the child.
Did she say he hit the child or he pushed the child?
To be one, I believe she stated hit.
Now, after she told you that she shot him and that he abused her and hit the child, what did you do next?
I then asked her to stand on her feet and asked her to come with me. That I'm going to detain her temporarily until the investigation is completed. And I escorted her outside to my patrol vehicle.
Now, you said detain her. Did you put handcuffs on her?
Yes, I did.
And why did you detain her?
Just to remove her from the crime scene and to keep her for her safety plus mine and all other individuals around.
And where did you put her?
I placed her in the right seat of my patrol vehicle.
Did you come to learn her name?
Yes, I did.
What was her name?
Her name was Miss McCrary.
Anicia McCrary?
Yes.
Now, as first responding officer, was it your duty to fully investigate the entire scene?
No, I only do conduct a preliminary investigation due to the type of incident that we responded to.
Now, were investigators called to the scene?
Yes.
And did they end up coming to the scene?
Yes, they did.
Now, while you were detaining her, is detain the same thing as arrest? I don't know if I asked that.
They're both similar. They are the same: detain, arrest.
But was she being charged with anything at that
No,
time?
She was not.
Now, did you observe any injuries on her?
Yeah, she had a bruise to her left, to her mouth, and also had some blood on her mouth.
Now, was your body camera recording?
Yes, recorded everything.
During what body camera is?
Body camera is what we wear daily for agency policies, so we can record our interaction with individuals or anything outside the scope of a 911 call.
I'm gonna hand you State's Exhibit 12, which I previously shown to the defense. Please look at State's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This will be a copy of my body cam footage.
Your body camera?
Yes,
And did you sign that CD?
yes, I did.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the body camera footage from September 7th, 2022, this incident?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves State's Exhibit 12 into evidence.
She's on after this. Okay. No, Your Honor.
No objection?
Went
No
on
objection.
Whistman,
Okay.
child. It's not me.
It's admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will be playing the first around 7 minutes of the body camera footage
All right.
previously discussed with the defense.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. You're familiar, I know you're familiar with the entirety of the footage, but the first 7 minutes, no objection to publishing that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yo, C7.
Hey, officer, 6-7, to the back down on your right. Last one right.
Excuse me. South Phone PD.
663, 5, sir, he's right here.
221 radio.
Yes,
Go ahead. I have fire 4 coming.
Officer,
Who shot me? You? Okay, come with me. It's okay. It's okay. Come on this way. I'm going. Wait, let me grab you by your arm, okay? Yeah, you I'm a temporary detainee. Here you go. Hold on. Somebody get some.
at least get some shoes, need some shoes.
I got you. Don't worry about it. Let's get her out. Let's get you out.
Okay, we're gonna get them.
She's having an asthma attack. My grandbaby's having an asthma attack.
Yes, I got you. Let me put these cuffs on you right quick, okay? You able to put your other hand behind here? There you go. Thank you. Wait, let me put the double locks on you so you don't move. Go help them with I got you. Yes, they're coming. 221. Let's go up here in the front. I'm gonna have you see them in my car with the air. No, we're gonna investigate everything out possible. Okay.
What one is your car?
Mine's the one in the front.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh God, I never had a
221 radio. One is detained. Have fire. Step it up. And units in the entrance. Can I get one of y'all to move the 2 vehicles?
Please, oh God.
Sit in as best as you can, okay?
Yes, sir.
She's not going anywhere yet. Okay? You can sit sideways and put your feet up, okay? Just relax. Just relax,
Yes,
okay?
sir. Yes, sir.
Just keep calm.
Please, can you talk with me, sir?
I surely will. Let me see if I get this window to go down because they got a problem with it.
Yes, I'm okay, Tanya. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Calm down.
I'm okay.
All right. It's gonna be okay.
Please.
Sure.
me turn the AC up, okay?
Please, sir. Okay, sir, please.
I got you. You have look. Look, investigator's gonna talk to you and everything, okay? He came home drunk? Oh man.
I told him to stop. He tried to leave out the house for some reason, and I was like, "Why are you going? You had something to drink." So I attempted to take the keys from him, my car keys.
Okay.
And he told me to give him the house keys, so I was like, "Okay," but then he would not give me the house. He would not give me the car keys, so I stood in front of the door and I told him, "You're not gonna leave because that risk getting somebody dying. You killing yourself. It's innocent lives out here."
Definitely understand.
And all I wanted was the keys and for him to lay down and go to sleep to sober up. And
is he like, are y'all married or anything?
no, it's my son's father and my 2-year-old in my house. And just yesterday, I don't know what's going on with him. Just yesterday, he had hit my 2-year-old, and I have photos on my phone because he had peed on himself.
Did you call PD?
No, what I told him was I told him he needs to leave. I said, because what you're not going to do is you're not going to be abusing him. And for some reason, he told me that he was going to stop drinking, and I believed him, but it's just a hot mess, and I just want my kids out of this situation. He bust my lip, as you can see. I'm not sure you
I can see the blood still.
He punched me, and I was telling him to back up, get away from me, because he balled up his fist and he was getting ready to punch me. And I told him, Larry, please do not come close to me. I don't want to do this. And I shot him in the leg because you can ask my daughter without me even being right here. He pushed her. He pushed her and told her that your father is not in your life. And I'm the one that helped take care of these bills.
What's your date of birth?
My date of birth is May 4th, 1990. I've never been in this situation.
What's your last name?
McCrary, MCC.
Oh, it's okay. Calm down, okay?
MCC-RARY.
R-A-R-Y?
Yes, sir.
What's your first name?
Kanessa.
Kanesia? Okay. What's a good contact number for you? Huh?
678.
678?
Yes, sir. 698. 6527.
27. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah,
as soon as EMS clear out, then we can move up.
I just want to hold my babies. I just want to make sure they're
Just
okay. I don't want to leave my kids. I would live. You won't leave. I would like to live without them. I've been taking care of them.
You will just relax.
You're so upset. It's just been me and them. So you're going to be fine.
You're going to be okay,
Can I give her a beautiful
bomb?
She's an ass man. I've been trying. I know. Look, I got involved in college just today.
Just relax.
Just to come along and go be
She can her eyes a medicine. Okay.
And take this. Breathe in.
The state is stopping at around 6 minutes and 45 seconds. Now, Officer Farrell, previously on direct examination, you testified that when you first walked in the apartment, Ms. McCurry stated that the defendant hit the child. Did that body camera refresh your recollection as to what she actually stated?
Yes.
And what was it?
That he pushed the child.
Now, you also stated on the body camera that we're going to investigate everything. What did you mean by that?
Mean that once a detective gets on scene, he's gonna obtain what preliminary information that I had, and then he's gonna take a look at the crime scene, and then he'll have a conversation with Miss McCrary.
That was Detective Dickerson?
Yes.
Now, besides being the first responder, did that end your involvement in this case?
Yes, it clearly would until the detective get on scene.
And then you spoke with the detective?
Yes.
Right. No further questions.
Miss Feely.
Morning.
Here's safety against law, shoot somebody, right?
Yes.
But it's not against the law if you claim self-defense, right?
Objection, Your Honor. The law is given by the judge. He's not the judge. He doesn't give the law. He's not here to testify onto the law, and that he's not an expert in the law either. Neither is he a lawyer.
We don't know that he's not a lawyer, but I'll let you ask that question. We won't dive into the depths of provocation and this and that, but if you may ask the question again and he can answer it, and then we should get away from law.
So when you arrived on scene, you observed someone had been shot, is that right?
That's correct.
And you determined who had shot that person, is that right?
On one side, we obtained that information, yes.
So, and that person was Ms. McCrary.
Yes,
And so at that point, you had enough probable cause to detain her, is that fair?
that's correct.
And you're familiar with you take out warrants, is that fair to say?
That is correct.
So it's fair to say that with the information that you had at first, she should have been arrested for aggravated assault, right?
That will not be up to my decision. That will be up to the detective.
So you're saying you're not involved at all with charging
No,
someone with a crime? Okay, so you do not take out warrants?
no.
then?
Once the investigator comes on scene, they investigate the totality of all the circumstances and then make a decision.
Okay, and so you put her in handcuffs?
Yes,
And you took her to your patrol car?
Mhm.
And you put her in your patrol car?
that's correct.
And at that point, you started gaining more information, is that right?
Yes,
And ultimately, you don't want to discuss why, but ultimately you did not arrest her, is that right?
that's correct.
Would it have been your decision to arrest or not arrest, or that would have been this investigator
It
Dickerson?
would have been the investigator's decision.
I'm showing you what has been marked as defense 1 and 2.
Mhm.
You recognize what's in those 2 exhibits?
It'll be photos of McCrary.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of what Ms. McCrary looked like at the time?
Yes,
Your Honor, this time I moved to omit defense 1 and 2.
Any objection, Ms. Beza, to defense 1 and 2?
No.
Okay, do you all have a witness list? I mean, an exhibit list?
You don't?
Okay, a sticker fell off. You want to get that?
So it is your testimony that Ms. McCary was injured, is that right?
that is correct.
And her injuries were scratches on the face, right?
No, it was a busted bruise to her mouth.
So on this night, when these pictures were taken, she had, was it a bruise to her mouth?
Yes,
You didn't know any other injuries on Ms. McCrary?
no.
You didn't, you wrote a police report in this case, is that right?
Yes, I did have to do a little brief report for what I did and what I saw.
And you have training on how to write reports, right?
That's correct.
You know they have to be thorough.
Hmm.
And they have to be accurate.
Yes,
Can you give a response? Yeah. They have to be accurate, right?
yes,
Because attorneys will rely on them several years later for trial, right?
that's correct.
And you did not note anything about an injured child in your report, is that fair?
That is fair.
And you didn't see an injured child on the scene, is that right?
That's correct.
And in your discussions with Ms. McCrary when she was being detained in the back of the police car, she never mentioned,
Hey,
Having been
Aspen,
trained,
welcome to the
right.
box.
No,
she didn't mention being held down.
no, not to me.
And again, you were the first person she spoke with, right?
That's correct.
And you did not interact with Mr. Lawson that night, was it?
No, I did not.
Your Honor?
Mm-hmm.
That's all we have this time on.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. You were asked questions on cross-examination about Ms. McCrary's injuries in relation to the report. Did you document her injuries in the report?
I did document her injuries from what I saw.
And what did you write in your report in regards to her injuries? And if you need a refresher recollection, I can give you a copy of your report.
I will need a copy, please.
I'm showing. Approaching the witness when your memory is refreshed. Can you please look up and then I'll re-ask the question?
Yes.
Your memory is fresh?
Yes.
What did you, and when you write your report, is your report written contemporaneously with the events that occurred, or do you write it years later?
I write it in reference to what occurred, the information that I received.
And do you write your report, physically write your report shortly thereafter the incident?
Yes.
All right, and what injuries did you document as to Ms. McCrary?
I documented that I observed swelling and bleeding to the right side of her mouth.
Now, you also were asked questions in regards to whether or not initially she told you that she was strangled, correct?
That's correct.
Approximately during your tenure as an officer, approximately how many scenes have you responded to?
A lot of scenes, a lot of them.
And do you interact a lot when you respond to these scenes with people that are in panic?
Not quite. I try to keep them calm, and I try not to get into asking questions into reference to what happened, because that is for the detective to get to.
I guess my question is, when you respond to scenes, oftentimes are people that you initially interact with crying and hysterical?
No, not always.
But sometimes?
Sometimes.
Now, in your experience, responding to scenes when people are crying and hysterical, do you expect to get the full story, play by play of every single thing that happened when the person is in panic mode?
Objection, speculation.
From his experience.
Okay, so from your experience, is that what has happened?
Yes. Usually we don't get when we respond to shooting scenes, we don't have someone who's hysterical and crying or not always there on the scene when we arrive.
But if someone in your experience that is hysterical and crying, do you expect to get the full story play by play of every single thing that happened?
No.
No further questions.
Ms. Feely, any recross?
We are going to attempt to publish defense one.
Okay. Is that going to require the Elmo?
No, we were.
Oh, you've got it. Okay.
If it doesn't work. So you noted in your report that you yourself observed swelling and blood stains. Is that right?
That's correct.
Fair to say in this picture, there does not appear to be blood stains.
It would be to her mouth, which in the photo, it doesn't have a direct up close photo of her mouth area. This is just a whole body photo of her at the time.
And it's fair to say her eyes don't look blackened or anything like that.
Not in this photo, no.
And you didn't take any additional photos of her, right?
No, our crime scene would have.
That's the crime scene people I'd like to talk about, right?
Yes.
If they were gonna take
Yeah,
pictures of her.
they would document.
Do you want to pull it up? Katie? Yeah. Put share and then go to desktops.
We can try to get the Elmo working if you want. No?
I mean, it's still in evidence. We can publish
Okay.
it at a later time.
Got it.
Where do you go?
All right. Anything else?
Yeah.
Any questions from the jurors for Officer, now Deputy Farrell?
Thank you. Where are you supposed to go with your share?
I don't know why they don't know people can hear them whisper. I hope they say something crazy. Let me be quiet.
Wait.
Once.
Closed. So. Two questions. First, tell the jury what post-certified means, please.
Being post-certified is several months of training that all officers are required to have in order to be a law enforcement officer. We go through different various amounts of training. Once the training is completed, we then receive post-certification as a law enforcement officer.
Second question, did you at any point during your time at that scene interact with any children who were inside that apartment?
No, during my time at the scene, I didn't have any other interactions besides being with Ms. McCrary.
Ms. Beza, any follow-up based on those two topics?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Officer Deputy, for your time.
Thank you.
And you can leave
All right,
the
we
documents right there.
rolling right along. State of Georgia versus Larry. What's his name? Larry Lawson.
State's next witness.
Aggravated assault
Crime scene technician Gash.
and family violence and battery.
Do you want to get from the witness stand the other things? Thanks.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, can you raise your right hand? You swear affirm that testimony you give is true, the whole truth, and what you testify. No one wants to. For you state, your name for the record.
First name Samantha, Samantha. Last name Gash, Gaasch.
Where are you currently employed?
City of South Fulton Police Department.
In what capacity?
Currently as an officer.
And what are some of your duties and responsibilities as an officer?
Currently I'm assigned to Digital Forensics Division, so I handle digital evidence.
Now, how long have you held this position?
This current position, a couple months.
Where were you assigned before?
The crime scene unit.
And what was your position in this crime scene unit?
I was a crime scene technician, so non-sworn position.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities as a crime scene technician?
Document, collect, and preserve evidence.
Now, how long did you serve in the position as a crime scene technician?
3.5 years.
Now, when you are on scene, can you please tell the jury how you process crimes?
So typically, I get a call from a supervisor or supervisor in CID in the Criminal Investigation Division, a request for service. Mainly, there's a scene that we need to process. So I'll respond to the scene. I'll meet with responding officers or detectives that are on scene to give me kind of an idea of what we're looking at. I process the scene from least invasive to most invasive, mainly photographs, looking around, finding evidence, marking it, collecting it, securing it for a later date.
Now, direct your attention to September 7th of 2022 at approximately 7:30 p.m. You're requested to respond to 5100 Welcome All Road.
I was, yes.
And what county is that in?
In Fulton County.
Can you please tell the jury what kind of location this is?
So this is an apartment complex sort of area.
And why did you respond to the scene?
I responded to a call for a person shot.
Now, I want to hand you, did you document this scene?
I did document
How?
via photographs mainly.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibits 13 through 49 and 59 through 75. Please look at those photographs. And do you recognize those photographs?
I do recognize the photographs.
What do you recognize those photographs to be?
These were the photographs I took of apartment C7 on that date.
And at the end of State's Exhibits 59 through 75, did you also take photographs of Tunisia McCrary?
I did.
And are these fair and accurate depictions of the crime scene and of Tunisia McCrary that you took that day?
It is.
And at this time, the state moves State's Exhibit 13 through 49 and 59 through 75 into evidence.
59 through,
75.
okay. There's a 76 and a 77. You're going to do that at a later time.
You're a different witness, Tunisia McCrary.
Okay, got it. Any objection
No,
from the
you're-
defense?
No, you're right.
Those are all admitted.
Now, can you, before we publish the photos, can you please tell the jury how you processed this crime scene?
After I met with detectives and other officers on scene, they walked me through, do a brief walkthrough, be least invasive as possible. I go through and document every part of the scene that I see via photographs. So entryways, everything in between. I will go from overall photos, mid-range, close-up photographs to be as complete and thorough with documentation via photograph. I was made aware of two pieces of evidence. I marked one. Item number one was a gun found on the kitchen counter, a black Taurus G3, which was rendered safe with the magazines and was pulled out, and it was nothing in the chamber. Item number two, later found in the master bedroom, was a 9mm spent casing. I documented via photograph, collected items of evidence with my protective equipment, and secured them.
Now, at this time, the state would like to publish State's Exhibits 13 through 49 and 59 through 75. Starting with 13, what are we looking at in this photo?
This is a photograph of the outside of the apartment complex depicting which units are in that building.
State's Exhibit 14,
The front door of that unit C7.
Hold on one sec.
we'll go back to that. Now, you stated that you collected two pieces of evidence, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna hand you State's Exhibit 51 and State's Exhibit 52. Can you please look at State's Exhibit 51 and State's Exhibit 52? Do you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Exhibit 51 is the black Taurus G3 collected as evidence item number 1. And then State's Exhibit 52 appears to be the packaged and secured evidence item number 2 as a 9mm Luger spent casing.
And are these the items that you collected while on the scene?
I did, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves State's Exhibit 51 and State's Exhibit 52 into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Feely, to 51 and 52?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted.
Now, can you please use these gloves and publish first State's Exhibit 51? You can just open the box, you don't have to take it out.
Am I showing this one again?
Yeah, you can tilt it and show it, or if you want to take it out. Let the record reflect the witness is publishing State's Exhibit 51. And then State's Exhibit 52, that's just a shell casing, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is 52. Am I showing this one again?
Yeah, you can tilt it and show it, or if you want to take it out. Let the record reflect the witness.
So I think it would work for Ms. Crutchfield. She just needed to go to slideshow. She wasn't using slideshow within PowerPoint. If whoever's going to do it.
Got it. Okay. So we talked about State's Exhibit 13. What are we looking at State's Exhibit 14?
14 is the exterior of the front door for unit C7.
And then 15?
15 is a close-up showing which unit we're looking at, C7.
If you will hit, does it say stay mute? What's on your screen there?
Stay muted.
Stay muted.
Okay.
And then you can just look at the screen. It should be what they're asking. You're welcome to look at the hard copies, however you want to do it, but the screen should be the same thing.
Thank you.
Sure.
State's Exhibit 16, what are we looking at here?
This is a close-up for suspected blood on the exterior of the door frame.
And State's Exhibit 17?
This is inside the apartment, just by the front door.
18?
It's still in that front room, panning up to get overall photographs of the inside.
And this is as you are standing at the front door?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 19?
All right, let's pause for the calls. I'm back at my desk. I want to make sure I take out the time to say thank you, Pretty Glow Aesthetics Girl, for becoming an official member of the Lit Lane Jury Box. You are now an official juror. We appreciate your support. Thank you. If you're new to this channel, please consider becoming an official juror member as well. Definitely subscribe and hit the bell. Now back to the trial. Let me know how you guys are. This is kind of a newer type of trial for us. Let me know in the comments if you catch this on a replay what you think about this. Do you want to see more like this? Let me know in the jury box what you guys think so far. All right, let's go back to these crime scene pictures.
This is continuing to the right, looking at that first room just inside the apartment.
State's Exhibit 20?
Continuing again towards the TV in that front room.
21?
Continuing again, you can see the hall on the right-hand side.
And what was at the end of that hall?
The bedrooms were down the hall. I believe the master bedroom was on the far left.
What's in State's Exhibit 22?
There's medical equipment and suspected blood with towels looking towards the dining room from that first room entering the apartment.
23?
This is looking further down that hallway with more suspected blood in those towels.
24?
This is another angle for looking towards the dining room from that first room at the suspected blood and towels.
How about 25?
You can see the dining room on the left. It is still in that first room of the apartment, panning over towards the kitchen.
26?
This is including the first room in the apartment looking down the hallway as well.
27?
This is further down the hallway towards the master bedroom. You can see suspected blood on the floor.
Okay. And 28?
So this is more of a close-up 90-degree photo of the hallway with suspected blood.
29?
This is at the end of the hallway with several items scattered on the ground and suspected blood.
And where are you walking at this moment?
So this is coming straight from the front door of the apartment down the hallway. You can see the entrance to the master bedroom on the left-hand side.
30?
This is another photograph at the end of the hallway with items on the ground.
As you're walking into the bedroom?
Correct.
31?
This is the entryway to the master bedroom on the far left. This is just the floor entering that bedroom.
32?
This is just inside that master bedroom, still looking at the floor.
How about 33?
This is in the master bedroom, the foot of the bed, panning mostly towards the floor.
And what is that on the ground suspected?
There is suspected blood at the foot of the bed.
And what is that black structure to the left of the photo?
It appears to be a TV stand.
Moving to 34?
This is a more direct view of the TV stand, so the TV would be facing the right.
Now, there's a 2 in the corner of that photo. What is that?
There is. That would be evidence marker number 2, depicting a 9mm casing, spent casing.
Moving on to 35?
This is the master bedroom as it pans right towards the closet.
36?
The floor of the master bedroom adjacent to the right side of the bed.
37.
The master bedroom, it's one of the corners of the bed.
Moving on to 38.
Still the master bedroom, it's looking more towards the foot of the bed. You can see the suspected blood on the floor as well.
39.
Still the master bedroom at the foot of the bed, still looking at the floor. You can see the suspected blood at the bottom of the photograph.
And 40.
This is the master bedroom floor. You can see the bottom of the bed on the left-hand side and the TV stand on the right.
So this is a different angle.
This is, yes, this is looking towards the entry door for the master bedroom.
41.
This is you can see the bed on the right-hand side. At the top of the photograph is the TV stand. So the entrance to the master bedroom would be on the left side.
And so that purported blood on the floor, that's towards the door, not the corner where the shell casing is, correct?
Correct.
Moving on to 42.
So this is still the master bedroom floor. As you're looking at the door to the master bedroom, so you see the bed on the left, suspected blood at the foot of the bed, and then the TV stand on the right.
43.
This is now on the left side of the bed. So we're still in the master bedroom. TV stand is on the left, the bed is on the left, and the far wall is on the right.
Moving on to 44.
So this is more that far bedroom wall on the right-hand side. So the bed would be to the left as well as the TV stand and the door.
And 45.
This is still the master bedroom on that far corner with the bed, the door, and the TV stand on the left. You can see evidence marker number 2 a little closer, depicting the 9mm spent casing.
46.
This is a close-up photograph of evidence marker number 2, depicting the 9mm spent casing.
And then 47.
This is right in front of the TV stand. You can see the entrance to the master bedroom, the top left corner. You can also see the suspected blood on the floor on the left-hand side.
Can you see from far away also a defect in the TV stand?
Yes, on the center bottom shelf, at the bottom left corner, you can see a suspected bullet defect.
48.
This is a close-up photograph with a scale depicting the defect of a suspected bullet in that TV stand in that bottom center compartment.
49.
This is a more of a mid-range photograph of that same suspected bullet defect in the center bottom console or the compartment for the TV stand.
Okay, what are we at now at 59?
This is a photograph depicting evidence marker number 1 on the kitchen counter, which is the black Taurus G3 rendered safe.
And 60?
Panning farther to the right, still on the kitchen counter, is evidence marker number 1, the Taurus.
What are we looking at, 61?
So this is more of a close-up photograph of evidence marker number 1. You can see the ejected magazine on the left-hand side, the black Taurus G3 on the right, and then the single intact live round 9mm at the top, sort of the top of the screen.
62?
This is a close-up photograph of the magazine where you can see how many rounds are still in the magazine.
63? Oops, sorry. Hold on, sorry. 63?
Close-up of the actual firearm, the Taurus G3, as evidence marker number 1.
64?
This is the same firearm, just flipped on the opposing side to see the serial number near the slide.
65?
This is a close-up for the serial number on that Taurus G3. This is a close-up showing the model of the firearm.
That's 66. Moving on to 67.
This is looking at the rest of the kitchen. So the firearm would be on the left-hand side on that counter next to the sink.
And 68.
Panning farther to the right, this is the opposing counter of the kitchen and the stove.
We're looking at 69.
So this is the dining area. If you were to walk directly out of the kitchen, this would be the shot of the dining table.
70.
This is panning left from the dining table. You can see the suspected blood in the towel that was seen from the entry room of the apartment.
Now, did you also take picture of Kenesia McCrary?
I did.
And what are we looking at in 71?
So this is a photograph of her from head to toe from the front.
72?
This is still showing her and from head to toe from the front.
73?
This is showing her head to toe from the back.
74?
These are the palms of Miss McCrary.
And 75?
And then these are just the back sides of her hands.
Why'd you take pictures of the palms of her hands?
It's customary when we do the gunshot residue kit, we do take photographs of the hands. Any photographs will be taken of anyone on scene that was involved that may have any items of evidence. So her hands had a little bit of blood on the bed of her fingernails. So I was photographing that and documenting it.
Okay. Now I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Ms. Feely?
Yes, thank you.
Questions for the crime scene technician?
Good afternoon. So you were responding to this location to investigated gunshot or shooting, is that right?
Correct.
And so you, as a crime scene technician, have training with processing these types of crime scenes, right?
Correct.
This wasn't your first shooting investigation.
It was not.
And so as you talked about, you document, collect, and preserve it.
Correct.
And you did that in this case.
Correct.
And you, in fact, wrote a report about it as well, right?
I did.
A very thorough report.
Thank you.
And the photographs that were published, particularly stage 38 or somebody 21 to 31, they showed blood throughout the home. And those are that's the blood of the shooting victim, is that right?
It's suspected blood that I see on scene. I didn't run any tests on it to determine whose or what it is.
You took pictures of it
I photographed it as I saw it, yes.
because it was part of what you were investigating, is that right?
Yes, it appeared to be.
And you took photographs of the purported shooter as well, right?
I took pictures of someone who was involved and detained on scene.
You were so thorough that you even took a picture of her finger where there was some good suspected blood under her fingernail, is that right?
I took general photographs of her hands, yes.
And I'm repeating you what's reminders, 1 and 2 or 3. These are the photographs that you took of someone you said was involved, right? Suspected to be involved.
Yes.
But you were never asked to take pictures of any injuries of that person, is that right?
At the time, I believe I was not made aware of other potential injuries. I was just made aware of her hands.
And so you photographed everything that you saw of evidentiary value on that scene, right?
Yes.
Now, in one of, well, actually several of the exhibits, you mentioned a shell casing. Is that right?
There was one spent 9mm casing labeled as evidence marker number 2.
And where was the location of that shell casing?
Master bedroom floor.
What does the location of that shell casing tell you about where the shooter was, if anything?
It potentially indicates the shooting occurred in the master bedroom because the casing ejects from the firearm immediately as it's being fired.
And then you mentioned the suspected bullet in the TV stand, is that right?
Defect, suspected bullet defect on the TV stand.
And then what, if anything, does it tell you this location of the bullet and shell casing? What, if anything, does it tell you about the location of your person shot?
The way that the bullet travels through the TV stand could indicate where the bullet was initially fired from, shot from, and then that in reference with where the shell casing was recovered indicates where the gun was fired.
where the shooter was, right?
Correct.
But it doesn't tell you anything about where anyone else in the room might have been,
Not necessarily.
or anyone in the hallway might have been.
Not, no.
Now, fair to say, there was at least one more bullet that didn't end up in the nightstand. Is that fair?
I'm not sure what you mean.
So there was a bullet in the nightstand, right? A defect.
There's a defect, yes.
And then there was a shooting victim, right?
There's a victim, yes.
So there was, based on your investigation, 2 shots fired.
Objection, Your Honor. A, she already testified that she was a crime scene technician, not the lead investigator. Counsel keeps using the word investigation. She didn't do an investigation, so this is outside the scope of her testimony and also outside the scope of the direct.
Well, overruled as to the latter, this witness can explain the scope of her responsibilities. You can use the verb you want, but you can ask your question again.
No, I might have misunderstood. I thought that your title was crime scene investigator.
It is a crime scene technician.
So, going back to, there was a defect in the nightstand. So there was a bullet fired and it ended up in the nightstand. Is that right?
I did not end up recovering the actual projectile. So as far as I'm aware, that is a potential bullet defect that traveled through the nightstand. So I don't know where that particular one necessarily ended up. Could have been the floor under the TV stand, the floor below. I know that it traveled through and I was unable to recover that projectile.
So where it could have ended up is in relation to that nightstand, right? It wasn't like outside or anything.
I mean, it could have gone through the floor, in which case it would have been outside the apartment, but sure.
But that bullet did not hit anyone because it hit the nightstand. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation, as the bullet could have gone through the leg and hit the nightstand.
Oh, she can explain that. You can answer the question.
I cannot tell you where it went beforehand. I know that it did leave the gun, and then on a separate occasion, it did enter the nightstand.
And you did not collect any other projectiles, is that right?
I did not collect any projectiles, meaning the actual bullet that left the gun. I did collect one spent casing.
But there was someone who was hit by a bullet that night, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So you were not asked to take any photographs of anyone else on scene, is that right?
To my knowledge, there was no one else on scene that I was made aware of that was involved in that incident.
What did I have this time around?
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jurors for the crime scene technician? Thank you.
I don't know what they're waiting for. I think somebody in that jury that came up with a question.
All right, counsel, I will see you out in the hallway. Ladies and gentlemen, sit tight. This is not a break.
Yep.
I just need to run through these questions with the lawyers, and then
Yep.
I will be right back and pose some to our witness.
Okay, so we got a very lively jury with this trial. I have seen this judge allow for questions. Oh, good. You guess a Roku was tripping. I did complain, but not sure if it made a difference. Okay, maybe I need to complain. My Fire Stick. Remember, I told you I had to reinstall or set up a lot, whatever I had to do on my Fire Stick with YouTube. I did it that day, like I told you, and then when I went back last night to do it again, it wasn't. It didn't come up again. Well, I can even just control the YouTube from my phone on my Fire TV. No, not Fire TV, Fire Stick. And it really irks my nerves because I like to be able to just, cast it to the TV. Agree. You never know. I would never thought I would be in fighting for my life like, and I'm not tall or big at all. So I have two, not two, in different spots. Do you carry it with you? Do you carry it with you like conceal and carry? If that's not too personal, like one in your car? I kept doing a report. I even went onto a website and did a complaint. Oh, you wasn't playing at all. They went and pulled your TV up personally. Lady Steph say, I got time today. I almost said something, but I'm not finna say nothing. I smell carry a small one and a big one at home. Okay, that's called locked and loaded. Why is she touching her toes? Girl, I'm not finna play with that lady. Hold on. I'm not finna play. See, the devil trying to tempt me. Hold on.
Welcome to take a look at that.
She trying to get in her exercise for the day. I need to stop laughing and bend over and touch my toes. Okay, I went to the store today and got out of breath.
So this indicates 15, potentially 16 rounds can fit into the magazine. Do we need the number of live rounds?
Please.
Okay, Lady Steph, you take your
10 live
job as a
rounds.
juror very seriously.
So there would have been 9 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber when you or someone in your presence cleared the gun.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how the gun ended up on the counter where you found it? Without saying someone told me X.
I did not physically witness how the gun ended up there.
It's where it was when you got there.
When I arrived on scene, that is where the gun was.
Okay. Did you gather any information about who belonged to which shoes? And there's a bunch of flip-flops or Crocs, house shoes in that hallway. Was that part of the work you did to figure out those shoes belong to this person and the other shoes belong to another person?
I was not made aware of any information pertaining to the shoes in the house, nor did I make any investigation to do so. Okay.
And finally, were you asked by an investigator or anyone else to try to determine where the shooter was when a shot or shots were fired?
I was not asked to determine the exact location of the shooter. It really would give me an indication of where the gun was, not necessarily much about the shooter. But all evidence that I had would pertain to where the gun was fired.
Okay.
I didn't make actual investigations to figure out that exact location.
Okay, but let's follow up on that thread. Based on the work you did, where did that tell you the gun was when it was discharged?
Around the foot of the bed. So the cartridge ejects to the right. So with the cartridge to the right, they'd be at the foot of the bed, aiming more towards the left side of the TV stand at a very low angle to show exactly how that bullet traveled through the TV stand. It would have been obviously up with the casing to the right.
Ms. Beza, any follow-up with this witness based on those questions?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly.
You always say briefly.
You testified in regard to the lockbox and taking pictures of the lockbox, or not getting pictures or not seeing a lockbox. Did you take pictures of the interior of the closet?
I took overall photographs of the entire apartment, including the closet.
Did you take pictures of every single portion of the interior of the bedroom closet?
I don't recall moving much. So I mean, I didn't see every single square inch of that closet.
You could have missed the lockbox.
It is very possible.
No further questions? Brief.
This one was. Ms. Feely, any follow-up for the crime scene technician?
No, you're
All right. Thank you, ma'am, for your time. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for lunch now. That clock is directionally correct, meaning it's afternoon. It's not yet 1. And we're going to use it as my timer.
Okay. Girl, what they put up for lunch break, okay? So while I got it right here, I'm going to fast forward it. I look, if you're able to, well, I guess you don't have to look down. I'm going to read it to y'all. I put up a jury box trivia questions, right? What trial did we watch that the judge told the attorney? Oh, I wrote that all wrong. What trial did we watch? We saw the judge tell an attorney. Oh, I spelled that all wrong. Stop saying you only have a couple of quick questions. When he just told her, she always say it's brief. It reminded me of a judge that told that attorney, stop saying you only have a couple of quick questions. Does anybody remember what trial that happened in? See if you've really been paying attention. So let me put a start by it so I can come back and I'll give y'all the answer in a little bit. Oh, she looked cute in the court. She was looking kind of country on that body cam. All right, let's get her standing up. Now she got her shirt tied up in the front. She is country child. Let me see. Living, you don't remember? I'll tell y'all a little bit after she finished testifying. I'll tell y'all. I'll give y'all a chance to think about it. Oh, eyebrows on fleek. Lady Steph don't remember?
All right, I'm good. Good here.
I'll tell y'all in a minute. Winter, you don't remember?
Are you ready, Ms. Rivers? Okay, let's go back on the record in State versus Lawson. We're done with our.
The only other person may be M. Renee. M. Renee was there at the time. Pretty Glow Aesthetics. She wasn't a part of the jury yet. Got a few. The ones who I would think would remember would be Winter, Living, Lady Steph, Step 219, the very, very, very first ones. So I'm gonna go ahead and tell y'all now, since y'all was not paying attention. In the Quentin Nixon trial, y'all remember good old Quentin Nixon in that meth house? In that trial, y'all remember that black attorney prosecutor, that female prosecutor? And every time she went to redirect, she kept and the reason I'm laughing because that female judge was sick of her ass. She said, just stop saying you have a couple of quick questions. Oh yeah. Now I remember. Yeah, that might be a new little part there. That might be a new little part. Whenever I can think of a good question for a blast from the past question, okay? So you got to be on your P's and Q's, paying attention.
Lunch break. Everyone is here. Prosecutors, Mr. Lawson, his lawyers, and are you Ms. McCrary?
I am Ms. McCrary.
Hey, I'm Judge McBurney. Nice to meet you. I asked Ms. Beza and Ms. Crutchfield to have you come in before the jury came out so that we could talk for a second. I understand that testifying about this situation might be emotionally difficult. I get that. You might need a break. I need you to work with me about when those breaks should happen, because we need to try to minimize you getting too emotional in front of the jury. That is not me telling you you can't be sad or upset or hurt by things, because what happened was very traumatic to lots of people involved. But we just want to try to minimize you completely shutting down in front of the jury. So if you feel something like that is coming on and you want to take a break, if you'd let me, or if you're in the midst of answering one of Ms. Bezos' questions or a question from one of the defense attorneys and you need a break, just let me know and we'll take that break.
Okay.
So I want to be clear. I'm not saying you have to be stoic and have no reaction to anything. You're going to be you, but you will know more.
Now, I have not seen him do this before. I think he's telling her that because of how she was cutting up on that body cam footage. Remember, she was cutting up on that body cam footage, having a whole breakdown. I think that's why he giving her this little speech. I like her little baby hair, child.
So than anyone else in here, if something's about to happen where it would be better if you stepped outside. And then when you have recomposed, then we can just pick up where we left off. Does that seem fair?
That's fair.
Okay. All right. Ms. Beza, anything else you want me to cover with Ms. McCrary before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rios, will you be, whichever one of you is going to be working with Ms. McCrary on cross-exam? Anything else we need to cover at this point? Okay. All right. Then Ms. Beza, anything before the jury comes in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rios? All right, then if you don't mind standing up with the rest of us while the jurors come in, the deputy will need to swear you in while you're standing before we get started, okay? Thank you.
I'm not trying to drag this girl or nothing, but I can't believe she got that shirt tied up like that. It can be hard having to repeat your story. It took me about 2 years to tell mine. What, in court you have to keep repeating it? But I guess when you file charges, you have to repeat stuff over and over.
All right, observer.
I think I've been on mute and I've been reading these comments and everything. But I would think if she do all that emotional breakdown, then the look at him, he handsome. The not saying he innocent because he handsome, but he got on his Easter suit and everything. Okay.
You all can actually sit as you're
But then
welcome
they
to
could
stay
ask for a
standing, but as you
mistrial if
come
she
in,
have an
you can
emotional
take your
breakdown
seats.
like that up and
We're
down.
waiting for you all to sit.
All jurors are present in the county court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, hope your lunch break was long enough. Was there anyone for whom an hour was not enough? Great. Maybe we'll try 55 minutes next time, see if we can fit it in. We'll see how much progress we make today with the state's case. We left off in the midst of the state's case. Ms. Beza is about to call the state's next witness, who's already in court. We had to talk about a couple things outside your presence, but we're ready to continue. Ms. Beza, if you would call the next witness, please.
The state calls Tanisha McCrary.
All right, and Ms. McCrary, you're already here. You don't need to walk in, but if you'd stand so that Deputy Gordon can swear you in, please.
You swear affirm the testimony you will give, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Go ahead, have a seat. Court and sheriff, please. Have you stated spell your name in the record?
State and spell it.
Yes, please.
Kanesia McCrary, KANESSIAMCCRARY.
How old are you, Ms. McCrary?
I am 34.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I have 3.
What are their current ages and their names?
I have a 15-year-old, Carmen McCrary, a 9-year-old, Anthony Prather, and a 5-year-old, Aiden McCrary.
Work?
Yes, I do.
What type of work do you do?
Administrator,
Where?
DSV.
What is DSV?
It's shipping freight, airplane parts, car parts.
How long have you done that for?
3 years.
Where did you work before?
Before I started working there, I was at home, but after that, I worked at DHL.
What is DHL?
DHL also shipping out clothing items, and I was actually in leadership for the pick and pack area.
You know a person by the name of Larry Lawson?
Yes, I do.
How do you know?
That is my son's father. My last son, my 5-year-old.
Aiden.
Yes, Aiden.
And please look around the courtroom. Do you see him in the courtroom today? And if you do, please ID him and identify piece of clothing that he is wearing.
I do. He's sitting on that side with, I believe it's gray jacket.
What color shirt?
No.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
She has.
Now, Ms. McCrary, around when did you meet the defendant?
May of 2018.
How?
We worked on Oakley Industrial near Union City, both in the warehouse, doing the same thing.
So you and him worked at the same place?
Yes, that's correct.
Co-workers?
Co-workers.
And when did you start dating?
We started dating actually on his birthday, May 15th
What year?
of 2018.
Now, I want to talk about your relationship with him. Throughout your relationship with him, could you please tell the jury what, if any, verbal abuse that you ensued?
Yes, mainly when he was intoxicated.
And what would happen when he was intoxicated?
Sometimes he would be good, sometimes he would be loud and name calling.
What names did he call you?
BITCH, and he would also call me his ex-wife name.
Now, when he calls you a BITCH, how did that make you feel?
Hurt.
Why?
Hurt, because this is my son's father and he's degrading me.
And would this happen throughout your relationship?
Mainly when he was intoxicated.
So how often, if you could even guesstimate or estimate?
Mainly on Fridays. He would like to go and get a drink. Or he would go out with to Austell with his friend. Or he would go to the package store and purchase liquor.
And you also said that he called you his ex-wife's name. Yes or no, sorry?
Yes.
Tell me how that affected you, if at all.
It was one of those things where it was like, I'm basically telling, I'm not her. I don't know what you've been through. Like, well, he told me what he went through, but I'm not her.
Now, in the summer of 2021, Was there an incident that happened while grocery shopping and thereafter?
Yes, a gentleman had approached me and he basically said that he really didn't want to talk to me. He got upset. We was at Sam's Club and Costco in Peachtree City. He began driving crazy.
You said he, who are you referring to?
Mr. Lawson,
You said he was driving crazy. Whose car was he driving?
he was driving my vehicle.
Why didn't you drive?
He was already in the driver's seat. I had placed the groceries in the car, and yeah, we left the grocery store.
And when he was driving erratically, how long was he driving erratically for?
Let's see, we left Costco. We was at Costco that day, and I'm trying to see how far it is, like from the Costco to the golf like area. I want to say like 5 minutes. He was speeding, going around other vehicles and yelling.
And how did that, what were you doing when you were?
I was bracing myself the entire time. And I started screaming. I did start screaming. I started screaming for my dad. I was just calling my dad name. No, my phone flew somewhere and I was just screaming.
How did that make you feel?
Upset.
Scared at all?
I was terrified.
Now, in the summer of 2022, was there an incident that happened in regards to any kind of physical?
Altercation. His son was visiting, and my daughter, he was inside the bedroom taking a nap, and I was doing laundry. My daughter came to me and told me that his son, they had a disagreement. They're
How
kids.
old was his son approximately at the time?
Diego, I want to say probably 8.
So two children
Two
had
children.
a disagreement.
Disagreement, completely fine. I woke him up, told him what was going on, and to see if we could get to some common ground and let them know, like, hey, but Mr. Lawson pinned me down on the bed in the bedroom, and he was on top of me, and he placed his body weight on top of me where I could not move.
And how did you feel when he did this?
Afraid.
So then what happened?
After that, he contacted, I told him he needed to contact his son's mother so she could come and get him. And he did, and she did. She came and she got him. And I ended up leaving and going to my parents' house.
Now, when he was pinning you down on the bed, was he saying anything, if you remember?
You're not stronger than me.
Now, I want to direct your attention to September 7th of 2022.
Mhm.
Where did you live at that time?
In the apartments that on Welcomar Road,
5100?
5100 Welcomar Road,
And what apartment number did you live at?
C7.
In September 7th, 2022, who lived in that apartment with you at that time?
It was my 3 kids and also Mr. Lawson.
And at that time, how old were your children?
Aiden, 2, Anthony, 6, Carmen, 12.
Now, prior to around 7 p.m., could you please tell the jury kind of what was happening
Yes.
during that time?
Sure. I had just gotten my kids fed they had dinner, went over homework, they had their baths. I was getting our son that we share together, Aiden, ready for bed, and I was sitting on the bottom of his toddler bed, putting lotion on him, and Mr. Lawson came home intoxicated.
And backing up a little bit, September 7th, 2022, is that a school night, Wednesday? You remember, was it a school night?
A school night, because I do recall going over a project with my son.
So the defendant came home intoxicated.
Yes.
Where were you when he came home?
I was in the bedroom on my son's toddler bed, putting lotion on him, getting him, he just got out the bathtub.
And how do you know that he was intoxicated?
I could smell the alcohol on him. And it's a certain alcohol that he drinks, which is Seagram's gin, and he smelled just like it. And he was sweating, slurring, and like stumbling.
What happens next?
He goes into the bedroom, the closet. He closes the door. He places on his pajamas, and he leaves back out. And goes into the living room to lay down.
Now, when he goes into the bedroom and places on his pajamas, where are you?
I'm still in the bedroom.
Same bedroom.
The same bedroom, still tending to our son.
And where are the two eldest children, 6 and 12?
They're in their bedroom.
And where are the bedrooms located?
When you first go down the hallway, it's their bedroom, my oldest bedroom, and my bedroom is right after.
What happens next?
Afterwards, Mr. Lawson comes back inside of the bedroom and he goes back in the closet. He closes the closet door and he places on the same clothes that he had just taken off.
Anything at this point?
I asked him where he's going, and he said he's heading back out, but he was stumbling. So I told him, when I finish getting our son dressed, what I'll do is I could take you to wherever you need to go, or, you could just wait. But he refused.
What happened next?
He told me that he would be right back. And so I got up, and he was stumbling down the hallway, and I got in front of the door, the main door, so he couldn't leave. And I asked him to give me my car keys.
So at this time, you're at the front door. Where is the defendant?
He's he's in the hallway area. And he's telling me that he'll be right back. And I'm telling him, no, you're gonna hurt somebody. You're gonna hurt somebody, or you're gonna hurt yourself. You're too intoxicated to be driving.
Where is Aiden, the 2-year-old, and the other 2 children at this point?
My oldest, Carmen, she had got them and taken them into the bedroom with her.
The kids' bedroom.
The kids' bedroom. Yes, correct. Yes.
You're in front of the door. He's stumbling down the hallway. What happens next?
He states to me, I'm not going anywhere and you're not going anywhere. And he sits down, but he still have the car keys. And I said, well, okay, that's fine. We're both not going anywhere. Let me get the keys. And
I'm sorry. Where does he sit down?
he sit down in the single chair that's like close to the door.
The dining room area?
Not the dining room area, but the living room area.
What happens next?
Afterwards, the name calling began. He started calling me out of my name, BICCH, saying that I'm just like his ex-wife, and then calling me his ex-wife name.
Then what happens?
Then he gets up, he grabs me, throws me, and he's on top of me in the living room. And my head is facing the TV stand, and he's on top of me. He punches me in my ear. He hits me in my he punches me, hit me in my lip, busting my lip, and he takes his forearm and places it in my neck, and he's pressing down.
Now I want to back up just a little bit, and I'm showing you States Exhibit 76 and 77, showing it to defense first for demonstrative purposes only. Please look at States Exhibit 76 and 77. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize those photos to be?
My dining room area and my living room area.
Now, were those photos taken the exact same day of the incident?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. But are those photos a demonstrative of how your living room and dining room area?
Yes.
I'm sorry. You have to make me finish the question just so the court reporter can finish.
Okay.
How it usually is set up.
Yes.
The difference is in States Exhibit 77, was there something located in the middle of the floor towards the bigger couch during the day of the incident?
A blow-up mattress.
Okay. At this time, the state would like to publish States Exhibits or enter into evidence States Exhibits 76 and 77.
Ms. Rios, any objection to the admission and future publication of 76 and 77? They're both admitted.
Publishing first,
State's Exhibit 77. Now, you just testified that at the time you're at the door and he has your car keys, and you're like, don't leave.
Okay,
You said
pretty
he
girl.
sits somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Where does he sit?
In this chair here. He's sitting there.
And the record reflects she's pointing to the chair at the bottom of the screen.
Yes.
So he's sitting at the chair and you're by the front door. Where's the front door? We don't see it in this picture, but where's the front door located in reference to this picture?
It's on the other side of this chair, on that wall right here.
But the record reflects that the witness is pointing to the left, the two-person chair.
Great. The screen is also a touch screen. If she's going to be doing lots of indicating, she can also make marks on the touch screen, whatever's your preference. Okay.
So you're by the door, he's sitting on the chair. Let's go through what happens next.
And now, okay, so I'm by the door and I'm telling him to just hand me the keys, or if you don't want me to take you where you have to go, you can always, I'm letting him know you can always just walk, but you don't need to drive. You're gonna hurt somebody or you're gonna hurt yourself. And he wasn't going for that. That's when BICCH, he's Tina, you're acting just like her, and etc. He becomes irate.
Then what happens?
He gets up from the chair and he grabs me by my shoulders, and we ended up falling. And when I fell, my head was in front of the TV and my feet were down this way, and he was on top of me.
So are you laying on your back, your stomach, your side?
I'm laying on my back.
So when he's on top of you, what happens next?
He punches me in my ear. He punches me in my lip, which caused my lip to be busted. And he takes his forearm and he places it in my neck, and he's pushing down, and it's making it hard for me to breathe.
Now, did you lose consciousness?
I didn't, but I felt lightheaded, and I heard my daughter coming in, and she was screaming, "Get off my mom."
You're on the floor and you said you hear your daughter.
Mhm.
What happens next?
After I hear my daughter telling him to get off my mom, something I was able to, like, you got to get up. I was telling myself, you have to get your kids out in here.
Your daughter said, "Get off my mom." Were you still pinned on the ground?
I was still pinned on the ground, and he pushes her. She didn't fall, but I want to say she stumbled back because he was still on top. And when he finally did get up, I was able to get up.
So when he pushes Carmen, you say daughter, you mentioned two sons and a daughter. This is a 12-year-old.
This is my 12-year, my oldest.
When he pushes Carmen, he's on top of you, he pushes her. Do you see where she went?
I was watching her through my peripheral, like.
What happens next?
I go into my bedroom and I close and lock the door.
Why do you do that?
Safety. Let me backtrack. I checked my kids' bedroom door to make sure it's locked because they were in the bedroom. I tell them to place something. I scream out to tell them to place something up under the door. I don't know what, just something. I didn't know what was next. So I go in my bedroom and I close and lock my door. And Mr. Lawson was at the door, and I could hear that he had something to open up the bedroom door. So I go in my closet where I keep my gun safe on the top shelf, in the closet, and I get the key. I got a key. I got my key, and I opened it, and I grabbed the gun
Why did you do that?
to protect myself and to protect my children, because I felt something was gonna happen as Mr. Lawson was approaching me. Now, at this point, my back is like, do we have a photo of my bedroom?
You can explain it while I pull it up.
As my back is near the window in the mirror in my son's toddler bed. And he's walking up towards me and he's telling me everybody gotta die one day.
Publishing States Exhibit 44. Can you please point to the jury where you were standing? Well, let's back up a little bit. At some point, you said you locked the door. Did there come a point in time where the defendant entered the room?
He did. He entered the room. He did.
Not that one. Now, can you please tell the jury in States Exhibit 44 where you were standing and where when the defendant entered the room?
All right, don't get to hollering at me. But I found it necessary to stop right here because I'm not, hey, I'm listening and I'm actually non-biased in this one, right? I actually feel like I'm non-biased. However, with my critical listening skills, it seems a little strange to me the way that she's giving an accurate recounting, right? And she's very specific, very descriptive. She even remembers when she leaves a part out and say, let me back up. So it's kind of a little bit strange. It hit me as funny just now when she left out the part about the door being locked and him having to pick the lock to get in. I ain't gonna lie, that sits a little strangely with me in the way that she's been accounting her story so far. I'm gonna contain myself in these pauses. Let's go.
I'm standing here with my back against the wall.
Let the record reflect that the witness has pointed between the window and the mirror. So you're standing by the window area with your back against the wall.
Yes.
Where's the gun?
I have it aimed, but I'm telling him to leave. And he's telling me no. And he's said everybody gotta die one day. Everybody gotta die one day. And he reaches up. And when he reaches up, that's when I shot him. I aimed down and shot him in the leg.
Backing up a little bit, where was he when you shot him?
He was in, do we have another picture?
See.
Okay. Like the other picture, not sure.
In regards to States Exhibit 39.
Right, not that one, but the other one.
Okay, how about this one?
He was standing here.
Where that blood mark is?
Yes.
Okay.
He was standing here.
Publishing States Exhibit 40. So he's standing there, your back against the wall. He's approaching you. Everybody got to die one day. Why'd you shoot him?
He acted as if he was gonna reach up and take the gun. Well, he reached up, like hand going towards the gun. So I aimed down. It's just let him know, like, okay, he's gonna. I don't know. He could take the gun, possibly kill me, possibly kill me. My thing was to protect my kids, myself. So I aimed down and I shot him in the leg.
What happens next?
He screams out. He's walking back towards the dining room area. And when he gets there, he sits down in the dining room, and I run where my phone was in the kitchen. I placed the gun down and I called 911.
Where do you place the gun?
On the table.
The table in the kitchen area?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And you call 911. Prior to your testimony today, did you have an opportunity to listen to these 911 calls?
I did.
And how many calls are there that you called?
Twice.
Okay, I'm gonna first play State's Exhibit 3.
Fulton County 911, what is the address of the emergency? Can I have the address, please? I need the address. What's the address, ma'am? Ma'am, can I have the address, please? Mama, no. Please leave your message for. Please leave your message for. Please leave your message for.
Was that you on that 911 call?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now going to be playing State's Exhibit 1. Do you remember how that call disconnected?
I don't.
T911, what's the address of the emergency? What's the address, ma'am? Oh my God, please! Apartment 670. Wait a minute, stop screaming because I can't understand you. He was trying to abuse me in front of my kids. I shot him in the leg. He passed out. Okay, what's the address? 511 500 Walker Road, apartment C7. Please, she is in Charlie 7? Yes. Okay, hold on. She's down. Okay, stay on the phone with me, okay? Ma'am, please. Okay, we got them on the way, okay? Just calm down so I can answer you some questions. They're already on the way for you, okay? Ma'am, please. Are you with him now? Are you with the patient now? Are you with him now? Okay, what's your name? Okay, I need you to, I can't understand you when you're screaming. Calm down so we can help him, okay? What's your name? Get up now, please. He was running after me. Okay, I understand that. What's your name? What's your name? Okay, Tanisha, just calm down, okay? Calm down. I need to be able to talk to you. Okay, we're gonna help him. Are you with him now? You right there with him? How old is the patient? They're on the way. How old is the patient? What do I need to do, ma'am? How old is the patient? He's 47. Okay. Yeah, he's 47. He's losing a lot of blood. Okay, I understand. Just calm down and let me answer these questions. We're gonna get you some help. Is he awake? Is he awake? Yes, he's awake. He's halfway awake. Okay. They're on the way. Is he breathing? He's breathing. Okay. Larry. Hey. Hey, Larry. Ma'am. Kanisha. I'm about to pass out. Kanisha. He was attacking me. My lip is busted. Kanisha. When did this happen? Ma'am, please. When did this happen? When did it happen? How long ago? I don't know. He's intoxicated. Okay, is there any serious bleeding? Yeah, there's blood everywhere. Okay, is he responding? Is he responding to you? Ma'am, his eyes are closing. Ma'am, his eyes are closing. Okay. Okay, they're on the way for you. And what part of the body, Tanisha, what part of the body was injured? The leg? Ma'am, yes. Okay. Ma'am, he was abusing me. Is there more than one wound, Tanisha? No, it's just one. All right, I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay? Okay, I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Tanisha, stop screaming and listen to me. Listen carefully so make sure we can do this right, okay? Get a clean, dry cloth or towel and tell me when you have it. Okay. What do we need to do? Well, ma'am, what do we need to do? What do we need to do? Come on, come on. Yeah. Ma'am, what do we need to do? Come on.
Tunisia?
Hello?
Yeah.
No, this is her sister.
Okay.
Tell me what.
Okay, I need you to get a clean, dry cloth or towel and tell me when you have it.
We have the towel.
Okay, now place it on the wound and press down firmly and don't lift it up to look.
Where's the wound? Where's the wound?
She said it was on his leg.
Is it this one or which one? Okay, it's somewhere back here because it keeps falling out. Ma'am, how far is the police?
Okay, they're on their way. You got it. Do you have the cloth on the wound?
Yes.
Okay, press it down firm. Don't lift it up to look. Just press it down very firmly without lifting that cloth. Can you tell me if the bleeding is under control? Is it bleeding through? Is it?
No, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's just
okay. All right.
He has those things. He has those hands. We cannot.
Okay, if it keeps bleeding, you're probably not pressing hard enough. Just remember to keep it firm and steady. Pressure on that wound.
Hard and steady. Hard and steady. Larry, it makes up. But come on. Okay? Come on now. Come on. Come on. Larry, stay with us now. Yeah. Larry.
Is there a commercial tourniquet available?
Do you have something Lisa, that we can touch?
Do you have anything? Can you, ma'am? Does anyone there have a long piece of thick white cloth about 3 to 4 feet long? You can use a bathrobe, belt, or a necktie, or a shirt.
Let me find. You got a nice.
You got a belt?
That string on that. Okay. Here's a nice. I need. Here's this nice couple. Okay. No, not that.
You have something?
Okay, I'm cutting. I got. Give me a minute, please.
Do you have it?
Wait, I'm cutting it now. Okay, this puts it right here. Tie this around this leg. Tie it around this leg. Tie this around his leg, Nancy. That'll stop this bleeding. Oh, okay. I got another.
Okay, listen, place the cloth around the bleeding leg about 2 to 3 inches higher on his. You got it? Ma'am, are you listening to me? Ma'am.
No.
Okay, place the cloth. Are you trying to tourniquet now?
We're trying.
Okay, place it. Make sure it's 2 to 3 inches above the wound, okay?
Do you have a belt? Go over there and get them folks a firefighter. We're in compartment right across. Yeah, I got it. That's what they do. Here, I'm going. Please let me go with you.
What are we doing? Do y'all have something?
Hello?
Yes. Did you find something? Do you have a tourniquet? Do y'all have a belt? A cloth, anything that you can tie around his leg?
Okay, let me calm down. I'm coming down. Let me think.
Okay, this is what I need you to do now. I need you to place the cloth around the leg about 2 to 3 inches higher than the bleeding site. Okay?
I'm not sure exactly where he got shot.
Oh, okay.
I'm flipping in blood.
You don't know where he's bleeding from?
I know, but if you can find a belt, we need to put as much pressure as we can on it. Please. Let me out.
You got something? Hello, ma'am? Hello, ma'am. Okay, Okay, you found the belt? Make sure it's 2 to 3 inches above the bleeding.
Hello?
Yes, make sure that it's 2 to 3 inches above the bleeding site. Okay, and then tie it as tight as you can. Just make sure you tie. Okay. You got it? As tight as possible down on the limb so that the knot is.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you got? What are you using? A belt?
Yes, it's a belt. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Just stay calm.
Just make sure that you tighten it as hard as you can, okay? And keep that towel pressed down firmly on that wound.
On the wound.
They're on the way. Tell them they're on the way. So they should be there in a moment.
They're on the way.
They should be pulling up now.
No, you're not. Okay. You get on that leg. Hello? Hello?
Yes. Are they there?
Hello? I'm still here, ma'am.
Okay. They should be there. You see somebody there?
Okay, you there? Come on now. Come on. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Somebody please get the fire. The fire is right.
Yes, they're there. They have to wait for the police to come to the scene first. The police have to get there to clear it. Where's the gun?
It's so much blood.
Where's the gun that she was using?
It's in here.
Okay, make sure you put that gun down.
Yes, she has. Trust me, it is down. It is down.
How's he doing? Is he alert?
He's fine. He's moaning. He's okay. Okay. I need to calm down. Oh my, calm down. Calm down. Please calm down. Lucy, calm down. I need you to be strong. You're going to be okay. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Tell me your name.
My name is LaTanya, L-A capital T-O-N-Y-A. Last name is Hopper, H-O-P-P-E-R.
Thank you.
My oldest sister.
Okay. All right. And what's your callback number? Any callback number?
I'm not worried about that. My phone number is 404-663-5169.
I'm sorry, you said 44663?
Yes, ma'am. 5169.
Okay. Is somebody there yet, police, or anybody there yet?
Yes, the police is here.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have nobody holding the wound.
Okay, I can go.
Please, you got lost so much blood.
Yeah, they're coming, but I'm gonna go ahead and let you go. The police is there now, so they got it.
I'm fine, sir. I am fine. Ma'am, what did you say?
I can go ahead and hang up. I'm gonna disconnect and let you talk to the police, okay?
Okay.
All right, they'll be there in a moment.
He's 48. I'm sorry, ma'am, what did you say?
Go ahead. We're gonna disconnect.
Okay. Now, Ms. McCray, was that your voice on the 911 call?
Yes,
And who was the second voice?
my sister, LaTanya Harper.
Now, during that call, what were you doing?
Looking for something to tie around his leg to stop the bleeding. Also, my sister was helping me as well. When she went to look, I was down on the ground, like applying pressure to try to stop the bleeding.
And did the police respond?
They did.
Now, you testified that your lip was injured.
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury the injury to your lip?
It was bleeding and bruised. It was bruised.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 11, showing it to the defense first. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 11?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
My lip busted and bleeding.
And when was this picture taken?
This picture was taken the day after.
And who took this picture?
I took it.
And was it taken the morning after?
It was taken the morning.
Is there a timestamp on that picture?
It is.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of how your lip looked the morning after this incident?
Yes.
And at this time, the state moves into evidence states Exhibit 11.
Ms. Rios, any objection to States 11? It's admitted.
Sharing it, publishing it to the jury at this time, and I'm also going to be publishing it as it's scanned in the dark by handing it to the jury to hand around, to pass around. Can you please point on State's Exhibit 11 where your lip was busted? Let the record reflect the witness is pointing to what appears to be an injury to the left part of the picture on her lip.
So I'm not going to have the record reflect what you think it looks like, but she pointed to something on the photo.
And what did you point to on the photo?
My lip being busted.
And was that the injury that you sustained?
It is.
And how did you sustain that injury?
Mr. Lawson struck me. He hit me in my face and my lip.
Now, let's talk about when he had you pinned on the ground. Did you have any external, meaning bruising you can see with your eyes, to the outside of your neck?
No.
Did you have any effects from him pinning you on the ground with his forearm?
It was hard to breathe.
And what, if any, effects did you have afterwards?
I had a sore throat, and when he punched me in my ear was hurting, as well as my lip.
Now, do you remember having a conversation with me prior?
Yes.
And do you remember that you told me that one of the effects that you had was your voice was raspy and you needed water?
Yes.
And is that still the case from what your memory serves as today?
That's correct.
So afterwards, you had soreness to your neck and your voice was raspy and you felt like you needed water.
Right, yes.
Now, Ms. McCrary, why did you shoot him?
Because he was abusing me. He was hitting me.
Excuse me?
He was hitting me. He was abusing me.
During that day?
During that day, yes.
No further questions.
Ms. Rios, do you have questions for Ms. McCrary?
What I have in my hand what this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 272, ma'am.
State 72?
Yes.
Sure, and the lawyers have continuing authority to approach witnesses unless I tell you otherwise, so you're free to go back and forth.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, that is me.
Was that a photo taken of you on the day of the incident?
Yes.
And that would reflect any injuries you had that day?
That would reflect Mr. Lawson's blood.
Yes. This is photo of you that day?
Yes.
And with the jury see?
Sure.
What was?
This is State 72, 72? Okay.
And I have in my hand State's Exhibit 71. You recognize this photo?
Yes.
Was that also taken the day of the incident?
Yes.
I have in my hand Estates Exhibit 32. You recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
What is this the photo of?
Bedroom.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear it yet.
Oh.
It's okay. If you'll get a little closer to the microphone, Ms. McCray, it's a photo of what?
That is a photo of my bedroom.
Okay.
And I have in my hand Estates Exhibit number 31. What is this a photo of?
That is a photo of the beach chair, well, a scrap that I cut to use to sustain some of the bleeding from Mr. Lawson from the beach chair in his shoe.
Where was that beach chair located prior to it being there?
Near the bedroom door.
In the closet?
No, not near the closet, on the outside.
And you're saying, Ms. McCray, from that green thing, the beach chair, that's what someone cut, maybe it was you, the strip that the 911 operator was talking about?
Yes. I have in my hand Estates Exhibit 23. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
This is the other supplies that you were using to stop the blood.
Correct.
And I also have in my hand Estates Exhibit 27. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, that's my hallway.
Have in my hand Estates Exhibit 29. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That's the hallway.
On September 7th, 2022, Larry wanted to end the relationship. Correct?
He stated that in a text message, but never did he come in.
Let her finish her answer, and that may lead to other answers, but or other questions. But she was responding to your question. Did you finish, or you had more?
No, it's more.
Keep going.
He sent a text message, which I did in fact respond back to. And also never did he come and pack any of his belongings.
He did express to you that he wanted to end the relationship.
He sent that in a text message.
And that was the morning of September 7th, 2022.
That was that morning.
Now, you said on that day that he came home drunk, but you did not see him consume any alcohol.
I did not see him consume it.
Larry did try to leave the apartment that day.
When he was headed back out to go to the store.
And you stopped.
Correct.
And you stopped him by standing in front of the door and blocking it.
Correct.
And you have several children who live in the house with you, correct?
Yes, I have 3.
And one of them was 2 years old at the time?
That's correct.
You did not keep your gun
No, it was locked up in a safe.
in your bedroom closet?
That's correct.
You had to put in a phone to get it out of the lockbox.
I have a key.
Or was the key kept?
The key was kept in one of my winter coats that was zipped up.
So you went into the bedroom and locked the door.
That's correct.
And before that, you were able to check to make sure the children's door was locked.
Yes. I checked the kids' door, then I went in my bedroom.
And somehow the door became unlocked.
Which door are you referring to? My kids, my bedroom? Yes, it was locked.
So you pointed the gun at Larry and shot him in the leg.
He was walking up to me saying, "Everybody gotta die one day."
Did you tell the officers that he said to you that everyone had to die that day?
Everything was going so fast, I do not recall. It was so much.
Don't talk over each other.
There was so much going on that day. I don't recall.
You don't remember if you told Officer Dickerson that he said everybody must die?
Objection, asked and answered.
You can answer the question.
I do not recall.
And you don't remember if you told Officer Farrell if Larry said everybody must die?
I do not recall.
Now, you also said that when you pointed the gun at him, he tried to take the gun from you.
That's correct.
tell Officer Dickerson that he tried to take the gun from her?
It was so much going on, like I was screaming, and I do not recall if I told him that if I was in the car or not.
So you don't recall, just make sure I understand, you don't recall if you said that while you were in the house
Or in the car.
or in the car?
Yes, I'm not sure.
And after the shooting, there was a lot of blood everywhere.
Correct.
And so you were trying to clean up the area, find something to contain all the blood.
At what point? After I was No, I wasn't worried about the blood. I was worried that was on the floor. I was worried about stopping the blood coming from his leg.
And there was so much going on at the time. You went back and forth into the bedroom.
I was looking for something to stop the blood.
Did you go back in the bedroom?
I don't recall.
Did your sister, do you know if they went back and forth in the bedroom?
I don't recall.
Any of your children?
They were in their bedroom.
So your sister and you were frantically looking for things to stop the blood. You were going to the bedroom, correct?
I don't recall going in the bed. I was looking for something.
Yep.
Sorry.
One at a time, please.
Your sister came over before the police got
Yes,
there.
she.
Continue.
No, you.
That was it. Okay. Did your mom come over after?
My mom and sister arrived at the same time.
Okay. And that was before the police got to the location.
Yes.
You never told Officer Farrell that you were strangled.
I don't recall, but I do know I did tell for a fact. I do know I told him that I was being punched and abused. Then part of the body cam as well.
And there was an EMS paramedic that came and checked you out.
Yes.
Never told her you were strangled.
My main concern was after they took the handcuffs off, were to get back inside the apartment to my 3 kids that were waiting on me.
Yes or no? Or in response to my question, did you?
I don't know because I'm not sure because I was ready to get back to my children.
You didn't complain about any raspiness to the EMS responder?
I don't recall because I was adamant about getting back to my kids that were waiting on me.
So you didn't complain about soreness to the EMS?
I just declined treatment so I could get back into my apartment to my kids.
Do you remember when Larry was at the hospital asking him for $500 for rent?
I remember him sending over money because he said that I wasn't working and I have his son. I don't. But he did send it and he told me that I do have my his son at the end of the day.
Space any redirect.
Yes. Mr. Curran, you were asked questions on cross-examination in regards to exhibits 72 and 71. Exhibits that the crime scene technician took of you on scene.
Yes.
In those exhibits, are they zoomed in on the injury on your lip?
No.
In fact, in one exhibit, 72, is your head turned to the side and not even showing where the injury was.
That's correct.
And the second exhibit, 71, is it a fair assessment that that picture is blurry?
Yes.
Now, you were also asked questions about how you did not see the defendant drink alcohol that night.
Correct.
How did you know that he was drunk?
You could smell it. He was sweating, slurring, stumbling.
You were asked questions of cross-examination about standing in front of the door. Where was the defendant initially when you were standing in front of the door before he grabbed you?
He was sitting down in that chair, in the single chair that's close to the door.
Lastly, you were asked questions about whether or not you told the EMS worker about the raspiness and, you know, the strangulation aspect of the attack. When you were in the car, how was your throat feeling?
When I was in the it was sore. I needed water.
And did you ask for water?
I did.
No further questions.
Ms. Rios, anything else?
You never called the police on Larry prior to the night of September 7th, 2022.
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope of redirect. I hit 4 topics.
This is a federal court. I don't know that that applies to.
I just wanted to know how you were going to respond. You'd like to ask the question?
Yes, I would like that.
You can ask the question.
Okay. You never called the police before the night, before September 7th, 2022.
Are we
Later.
as far as Mr. Lawson go?
Yes.
No.
In fact, the first time you called the police regarding to any situation with Larry is when you shot him.
That's correct.
That's all. Thank you.
All right. Questions from the jurors for Ms. McCrary? Just say, wow, that's a big set of questions, but it was pictures. It's still a big set of questions. All right.
Okay, so while they're waiting on those questions, I'm back at my microphone. I want to say welcome to the Lit Lane Jury Box Hood. Glad to see you in here. I also want to say hello to AJ. Good to see you drop down. Thank you for supporting Up in the Clouds and listening. I also want to say
You're allowed to write more than one question on a card for future reference, just to save trees. Just write on one side.
Welcome. I'm going to open
All
up my
right,
YouTube
you all be at ease for a
channel
minute. This is a healthy collection. Talk with the lawyers.
and check out this my deal. Don't forget that this is a case here in Georgia, a smaller court, and this judge allows for the jury to ask questions. Very interesting. And they came up with quite a few interesting questions, a couple of little throwed off ones. But the majority of the questions posed by the jury has been good. I want to say about this case here for the folks who just came in. This is a case of
to the restaurant.
Aggravated assault, battery. Welcome back, Jill. And also family violence. That is rare. I think I've seen it in one other trial before. And I say trial because I didn't just really watch that judge, but in this, I've only seen it once before. What did I want to say? Okay, so the reason we was talking back and forth in the chat, myself and Winter, the reason why I had stopped it and pointed out about her not detailing her locking that door is simply because she has been so specific in retelling her story. And I'm not doubting her story. And however, I would be kind of lying if I didn't say I'm listening for any discrepancies. Not that he attacked her, not that he wasn't abusive to her, not because of that, but because of the fact that she did shoot him, which she's not being charged for. This trial is not against her. But because of that, and the state they dropped it, I'm thinking it may be of a case where she had to explain what danger she was in. And sometimes people do put 20 on 10. The 10 is bad enough. I believe he attacked her. But I think that it might be a slim chance that she put 20 on 10 to explain her going to get the gun. And everywhere else in her recounting of the events of this day, she has been super, super hyper specific and descriptive on this thing. When it came to her saying, but then she left out that whole part about locking her door, going inside, him picking the lock, him unlocking the door, whatever, and getting in that room. That just seemed strange to me. And then the defense attorney came right back in and kind of grilled her about that too. That's the only reason why, I just figured like I would kind of be a little bit more, add a little bit more detail of why I thought that was funny or weird. I'm gonna open up another YouTube channel here. Y'all not gonna see it, but I was gonna say, I was gonna say living. This is a sidebar conversation about the MyStick thing. If y'all man has you where you can highlight comments and create polls, that's because he did that in StreamYard. That might be what that is. Because you can add an administrator on StreamYard that can do that. You can also add a administrator to your YouTube channel in the studio. But thank you all for joining. Okay, let me fast forward. I kind of wanted to go ahead and had a little conversation with you guys. Please hit the like and please consider becoming a member, official Lit Lane juror, as we say over here on Trial Watch with Demetra. Okay, Lady Steph say, but in the big scheme of things, how she locked the door and did not lock the door, how was it or why is it a question? He abused her and she needed to defend herself. Because I would think for the defense, it would be a question about that because I think the defense would try to show that she had a lot of time to do something different besides the shooting. To me. It was only a question for me because it just stood out that she would be so descriptive, because she even backed up when she even backed up and recounted the day. She even said, "Well, let me back up," and went in and added the details about telling the kids to make sure they lock the door and to put something under the door. I don't think she lied about the abuse at all.
The conduct you described on Mr. Lawson's behalf, that I think you described it as being abusive, whether it was verbal or otherwise, did that only happen when you perceived Mr. Lawson to have been drunk or intoxicated?
Yes.
Okay, so if he was not drinking, then the kinds of things you described to the jury did not happen?
No.
Okay. As you think back on the many years you shared with Mr. Lawson, are there good moments when you guys enjoyed each other's company, or do you look back on it and say this was always a toxic, bad relationship?
There were definitely good moments until Mr. Lawson found out some disturbing things from his past that I believe caused him to intensify the drinking.
Okay. The ex-wife that we've heard about, is that the same person who showed up to pick up the son? Okay. If you were to estimate how much Mr. Lawson weighs, are you comfortable estimating a number, or it would be a pure guess?
I would say 200.
The car keys that the two of you were arguing about the night of the incident, September 7th, 2022, where were they in your apartment before he showed up there?
He had the car keys. He came back. He was coming back from visiting a friend with the car keys. He had the car keys.
So he drove somewhere, drove back to C7.
Yes.
Obviously, then he had the car keys, and I guess he put them down somewhere so that you ended up with the car keys?
No, that's a negative. He still had the car keys inside of his pocket when he went into the closet to change into his pajamas that was still in his pants pocket.
So when he got his clothes back on, you mentioned he went back into the closet later that evening, got dressed again. He had car keys with him. So it wasn't that you said that you can't have the keys. You were trying to keep him from leaving, but the keys were on his person. Okay. Do you recall how many times you fired your gun?
One time.
Can you explain to the jurors again, please, how it went from you and Mr. Lawson were standing and maybe tussling a little bit at the door of your apartment to you ended up on your back and he was on top of you? So standing to being on the ground.
He was sitting in the chair that I showed you guys. He was sitting in the chair and he got up and he grabbed me and he tossed me. And that's how he ended up in the living room, and that's how he ended up on top of me.
When you say he tossed you, yeah, as in he threw you to the ground?
On my shoulders.
Okay. Explain to the jurors, as best you remember, what you did with the gun after you fired it, because it went from being in your hands to being on a counter somewhere.
After I fired the gun, I still had the gun in my hand, but my phone was in my kitchen. And I had the phone, I had the gun and placed the gun on the dining room table, and I grabbed my phone. That's when I called 911.
One of the pictures we saw of the gun on the counter, the magazine was out. Had you taken the magazine out, or that would have been law enforcement securing the gun?
Law enforcement.
Are all of the bedrooms in your apartment located on the same side of the hallway?
That's correct.
How many bedrooms total in the apartment?
2.
How long after you got your gun out of the gun safe did it take for Mr. Lawson to get into your locked bedroom?
It was like immediately. I couldn't give a time frame, but it was As soon as I got the gun, I came out the closet, he was in the bedroom.
Did he have a key to the door?
No, he used some object, what object, I'm not sure.
Okay. The beach chairs that you talked about, and we saw in a picture, those green beach chairs, were they stored at the end of the hallway or in one of the bedrooms?
They're stored at the end of the hallway next to my bedroom.
Do you know what ultimately was used, if anything was used, as a tourniquet to tie on Mr. Lawson's leg?
One thing that was used was on the beach chair. It's a rope where you just place it over your arm. It was cut and it was placed. I used that to see if I could stop some of the bleeding.
There was a discussion about an air mattress. Remember this air mattress in your apartment?
Yes,
Where was the air mattress?
in the living room.
What was it used for?
Mr. Lawson would sleep and watch shows on the air mattress. I would be in the bedroom, he would be in the living room.
And then there was a pillow on the floor in Exhibit 23, and we can get that on the screen if you need to see it, or do you know what pillow I'm talking about? What was that used for?
That was a pillow that was in the living room as well. That he was laying on the air mattress, and it was used. I'm not quite sure. It was there, but
Okay.
yeah, somehow I'm not sure if law enforcement moved it or how it got in that particular spot.
Okay, well, where was it normally?
That's what he was using to lay on.
With the air mattress?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Did you ask anyone from the police who was there, the officer who interacted with you, or the officer who was taking all these pictures? Did you ever ask anyone to take pictures of you?
No.
All right. Ms. Beza, do you have any questions for Ms. McCrary based on what I just covered?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rios? All right. Ms. McCrary, thank you for your time. You are free to go.
Okay.
State's next witness.
They call Peggy
Real quick, I know this jury is on it, baby. That's why I made this particular jury an honorary Lit Lane jury box, okay? Because they are astute, they are vocal, and they are on it. It took me a minute to make that assessment, okay? Oh yeah, Winter. That's why he was able to do it. But that's why. Oh yeah, these are some great questions by that jury. They're a little bit more like when they asked. When I love the question when the jury asked about the picture of the what you call that thing that hold the bullets, the gun clip. They asked a really good question. Then I can't remember it specifically, but it was good. I think that question they just asked about how he got on top of her. That's good. It's been a lot of good questions from the jury. Is this one of the experts or grandmother? Let's see. New witness. Let me go back on mute.
Got it. I don't think I got it.
Can you say this for the record?
Sure. My name is Peggy McCrary. That's PEGGYMCCRARY.
You work?
I'm a homemaker.
Do you have any children?
They got
Yes,
the same
I do.
mouth.
What are their names and current ages?
Okay. The first one's LaTanya Hopper. She's 49. Winifred Humphreys. She's 47. Kevin McCrary Jr., 37. Christopher McCrary, 36. Kanesia McCrary, she's 34.
Any grandchildren?
I do.
How many?
9.
I won't ask you their ages.
Thank you.
But what do the ages range from?
25 to 5.
You know a person by the name of Larry Lawson?
I do.
How do you know him?
Through my daughter.
You see him in the courtroom today?
Where is he?
If you need to stand up, that's okay. We have screens that make it a little hard to see. You got a screen blocking you, etc.
Yes, I do. Can you identify an article of clothing he's wearing and bring him out?
Yes, the article probably lost. They is a heather gray suit with a yellow shirt.
The record reflects that the witness has identified the defendant.
She has.
You remember around what time you met the defendant?
When I initially met him, I think it was in 2018.
And how did you meet him?
Through my daughter, Kanesia McCrary.
Now, I want to direct your attention to September 7th of 2022 at around approximately 7:15 p.m. Where were you around that time?
I was home.
And how far at that time did you live from Kanesia McCrary, your daughter?
4 to 5 minutes away.
4 to 5?
Yes.
Not 45.
No, not 45, 4 to 5 minutes away.
And what were you doing at home?
I had just finished vacuuming, sitting with my daughter, LaTanya Hopper, on the sofa, just conversating and watching TV.
What happened around that time?
I received a phone call.
From who?
My grandson,
Which grandson?
Anthony.
And what did your grandson say?
He says, Nana, they're fighting. Come quick, they're fighting.
What was his demeanor?
He was upset. He sounded scared. He wanted someone there. He wanted me there immediately.
And what did you do?
I told my daughter. My daughter heard the conversation because, as I said, she and I were sitting on the sofa watching TV and talking. My daughter, LaTanya Hopper. So we immediately left. She drove, and we left to go to Kanesia's house.
And did you arrive at Kanesia's house?
We did.
And what, if anything, happened after you arrived at Kanesia's house?
When we got there, LaTanya instructed me, Mom, go ahead and get out of the car while I parked the car and go in. I had initially told Anthony, if possible, for him to leave the front door unlocked, so I would have easy access to get in. So that's what I did. And the door was unlocked. So I went in, and Mr. Lawson was sitting in a chair at the dining room table. So I saw him sitting there, but I didn't really pay a whole lot of attention. As I looked straight down the hallway from the front door, you can see straight down the hallway, I saw the kids, my grandkids, Carmen and Anthony, kind of poking their head around, looking, and I said, I didn't see my daughter. I said, get back in the room. And at that time, that's when I saw the blood on the floor.
And what did you do next? So what happened next?
So I'm still wondering, where's Kanesia? So I looked because I already saw Mr. Lawson in the chair. But as I turned around to look, Mr. Lawson was then on the floor. Kanesia was in her kitchen. She was coming out. She was on the phone. And it was upsetting to see how she was on the phone with dispatch, 911. And then my daughter, LaTanya, came in. And that's when we realized that he had been shot.
And did you call 911?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
At what point did you call 911?
I called 911 after I told my girls, Kanesia McCrary and LaTanya Hopper, to please just go across the street because there was a fire department, because I thought they're not getting here fast enough. So you go see if you can get some help. And I got on the floor with Mr. Lawson and was just talking to him and saying, Larry, stay with us. You have Diego, you have Aiden, stay with us. It was a lot.
I'm going to play State's Exhibit 2 at this time.
County 911. What is the address of the emergency?
Okay, 5100 Welcome Mall Road, apartment C7, ma'am.
Okay, what's your name, ma'am?
Excuse me?
What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Peggy McCrary.
Okay, one second. We have a call coming in for this address. What's going on, ma'am?
Yes, we need an ambulance. We need an ambulance right away.
Okay, yes, ma'am. We already have somebody calling at this address. Are you the one that's been wounded?
Ma'am.
I said we already have somebody calling in at this location about the gunshot wound. Are you the one that has been wounded?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, do you have a description of the person?
Excuse me?
Yes, ma'am. Who shot at the location, ma'am?
Excuse me?
Who is shot at the location, ma'am?
Larry Lawson. Larry Lawson.
Okay.
Larry.
Where's he shot at, ma'am?
Under tower. Okay. Ma'am, I'm sorry.
It's okay. We already got emails coming to you. So what I'm going to ask you is some basic non-medical questions. Where is he shot at, ma'am?
In the leg.
Okay.
In the leg.
You know
In the
who shot
leg.
him?
Yes.
Okay, who
I
shot
know
him,
who
ma'am?
did it. My daughter. He was abusing her. He was abusing her. We got kids in here. I got a 12-year-old in here. She's asked like, please, Connor, please.
Okay, we got somebody coming to you. Your daughter, what's her name? She's Black, White, or Hispanic?
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
Ma'am, your daughter. How old is she, ma'am?
My daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
Is 32.
Okay, what color shirt pants does she have on?
What color? She has on some gray. I just came in there. She has on some gray pants.
Okay. All right, is she at the location?
Yes, ma'am. She's here. I think she's mistaked the call too. I'm not sure. I tried to get to my grandchildren.
Okay, no problem. Like I said, somebody already placed a medical call, so we got emails coming to you guys, and we got officers coming to help you guys off the well, okay?
Thank you. Please hurry. Hurry, please.
They're coming as quickly as possible, okay?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, God. Thank you.
Now, Miss Peggy, after this call, or what happened next on scene? You mentioned your grandchildren. What happened next?
I was trying to take care of my grandchildren. They were upset, especially Carmen, and she's very asthmatic. And
Stop for a second.
Your Honor, the relevance is she is a witness after the fact. There were discussions and cross-examinations of no one seeing the children, especially the responding officer. Miss Peggy was in the room with the children.
Okay, so let's limit this to the things that Peggy McCrary did as opposed to her assessment of how the kids were doing. And I think that's relevant.
Miss Peggy, did you interact with your grandchildren on scene?
yes, ma'am, I did.
Where?
In their bedroom.
Was the door open or closed?
It was closed.
And is that where you stayed the majority of the time on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Would they have been all in the same bedroom?
Yes, sir.
All three of them, Carmen, AJ, and Aiden.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. No further questions for this witness?
No questions.
Granny and dropped
Okay.
a couple of tears. She was prepared, but then
There were no
the pause
questions
messed her
from.
up.
I was calling my next witness.
Oh, well, let's see if the jurors have any questions. Jurors, any questions for Peggy McCrary?
Exactly, winner.
Thank you.
She look like a waves in the wig. Girl, stop, AJ.
Ms. McCrary, are you able to either from recollect, oh, there's more. Hold on. Thank you. That's all right. Dropping the ball.
Stay in order, Dropbox. Stay in
All right.
order.
Give me 1 second. Where's?
I think she started crying, girl, doing the pause. You know how you be ready for something and you just go up there and just spit it out, you be ready. But then when you get thrown off track, then your emotions catch up with you. That what happened. She started crying right when they finished asking the questions, like, whew. I done got through it. Lord, thank you. Now who did talked honey up? Now he called me.
Just follow it. That's all you gotta do.
There.
All right. Ms. McCrary, you listened to the 911 call that either you made or at least you were the person talking on the phone. And at one point in the background, there was someone who was crying. It sounded like someone was crying. Question is, do you know who that is, either because you can remember specifically or you recognize that crying as opposed to speculating, I think it was so-and-so. Is my question clear? It had a lot of words. And we can replay it if that would help you to hear the crying, but you may not want to hear that again, and I respect that. We will not replay it. Do you know, without guessing, who it was who was crying in the background?
Yes,
And tell the jurors who that was.
that was Carmen McCrary, my granddaughter.
Now, you had described that the grandkids were in a bedroom and you were with them, attending to them. I guess what you described about being in a bedroom with them would have been afterwards, because Carmen wasn't in the bedroom at this point, was out seeing what we've all seen in the pictures. Okay, and then you corralled them into the bedroom and tended to them. Okay. Ms. Beza, any questions for Peggy McCrary based on what she and I just discussed?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Rios? All right, thank you, ma'am, for your time. Your next witness, Ms. Beza, will take forecast how long?
Forecast 8 minutes.
Oh, that's very precise. Let's go through that witness. I just want to make sure we get an afternoon break, although I noticed some jurors helped themselves to a break when we were going over the questions they had for the other Ms. McCrary. But let's bring this next witness in, whoever it is.
They call it Tanya Hopper.
8 minutes.
Oh, give or take.
Point six, can you please get ready right now? You swear affirm that testimony you will give be true, whole truth, and nothing but truth to God.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you.
Can you say his spelling name for the record?
Latanya Hopper, LaTonya. Last name Hopper, Hopper.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What type of work do you do?
I'm the accounts payable manager for A&B Sports and Entertainment.
How long?
I've been there 7 years.
You know a person by the name of Tanisha McCrary?
Yes, that's my sister.
How many siblings do you have total?
I have a total of 5.
You know a person by the name of Larry Lawson?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Larry Lawson is my sister's ex-boyfriend, but my nephew's father.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
You identify an article of clothing he is wearing.
Yes, he has on a gray suit.
The record reflects that this witness has identified the defendant.
She has?
Direct your attention to September 7th of 2022 at approximately 7:15 p.m. Where were you around that time?
Around that time, I had just actually got off work. I was at my mom's house.
And what, if anything, happened?
So my mom received a call from my nephew, Anthony Jr., around that time. And he stated to my mom that my sister and Larry were fighting.
What happened next?
So after he made that statement, I told her, I said, come on, let's go. Let's get in the car. Proceed to go over to my sister's house.
And approximately how long were you driving?
She's 5 minutes away, but I think I got there in 3 minutes flat.
What, if anything, happened when you arrived?
So
Dang, I missed everything. So I didn't miss nothing from the mama. But who this lady? Y'all, Harper, who this lady? Y'all tell me who this lady is. I think it must be her sister or something by the lips. And why y'all talking about, she can't be the sister if y'all talk about credentials. But anywho, y'all fill me in on who this lady is. And why is y'all talking about somebody got up and left? Why y'all think that? Don't make me rewind. This the sister? Okay, I thought so by the lips. What credentials she got? And how y'all know somebody got up? She's the one that the mom was sitting with when they received a phone call from the nephew. Oh, at the house, LaTanya. Okay. She has credentials. What credentials? Just rewind. But why y'all was saying, how y'all know somebody got up and walked away? What? Cause I ain't never heard nothing like that before. Baby, my honey was telling me something and something kind of halfway important. Baby, I was busy trying to read the damn thing. She was on her job for 7 years. Hey, that's why she wore pearls. Okay. Period. You know, when they bring out the pearls, any type of pearls, they mean real business. When I pull out my pearls, you best believe. They was leaving the courtroom. Oh, in between people going talking and stuff like that. Yeah, that is a lot. That's a lot. The judge made mention that the jury had already taken small breaks when the question was coming in. Oh, okay. Thank y'all for catching me up. Y'all know I wanted to stop it on y'all. I say I can't stop it because my honey called. Somebody mentioned my honey and talked him right on up. You know, if you say honey too many times in a row,
my
he on the way.
mom, as soon as I pulled up,
Okay,
I
let's
said,
go.
hop out
Thank
the
y'all.
car. I need to park.
Did you park?
I parked the car.
What happened next?
So when I parked the car, I entered into her apartment complex, entered into the apartment. And when I entered into the apartment, Larry was actually laying on the floor.
What happened next?
Okay. And I was looking around to find my sister because I didn't know where she was, but I did hear her voice. She actually was in her kitchen. So I asked her, I said, who are you talking to? And what happened? And so she told me she was on the phone with the 911 dispatcher. And I proceeded to get the phone from her.
And did you speak with the 911 dispatcher?
I did.
What happened next?
So when I got the phone from her, the dispatcher actually asked who I was. I informed her of my name. And she began to tell me what we needed to do for Mr. Lawson because he was on the floor bleeding out.
And did you attempt to help you and your sister?
Yes, we did.
What happened next?
So the 911 dispatcher informed us to try to find something to make a tourniquet out of to stop the bleeding. And of course, I was a little calm. My sister was shaking up, but the 911 dispatcher, she was like, if you can look around, find some type of item. At that moment, it was like a cloth or a towel or something like that. So I found some white towels. The 911 dispatcher actually told us to press the towel against Mr. Lawson's wound. Of course, I didn't know exactly where it was. I just saw a lot of blood. So I didn't press, but my sister did. She did render aid for Mr. Lawson.
And where, if anywhere you remember, where did your mom go?
So my mom was in the room with the kids.
Did officers end up arriving?
Yes, they did.
Now, when officers arrived, were you still on scene?
Yes.
And what did you observe that they did with your sister?
So at the moment when they came in, and they asked her what happened, and then they asked her to put her hands behind her back, and they
put handcuffs on her. And at that moment, I asked, could I she didn't have any shoes on. So I asked, could I give her some shoes? And so,
Did they bring her to the police car?
yes,
And did you go as well?
I did.
Now, while she was in the police car, were you allowed to give your sister anything to drink?
Yes,
And did you?
I did.
What did you give her?
Water,
And why did you give it to her?
because she stated that her mouth was dry.
No further questions?
Ms. Rios, any questions for Ms. Hopper? Any questions from the jurors?
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-oh, the sister just messed her thing up. Anybody can catch what the sister just said? One of the sisters answered right then did not help her sister and what her sister stated. Did anybody catch that? Let's continue.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Hopper, we're going to be right back. I'm going to have a couple questions for you, but give me a second. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so the reason why I say that was, she might not necessarily messed up, but the defense made a big deal about, because the defense is saying that she wasn't strangled. Okay, and we know from the opening statements by the defense that they actually didn't got a strangulation expert that's coming up here. Okay, so it's a lot of questioning about the strangulation thing. And so when the defense was drilling her with questions, they honed in on that. And they said, well, did you ask for some water? And she said, yeah, because her throat was hurting. But her sister said because her mouth was dry. It shouldn't be a big thing. But if the defense is really on it, they're going to capitalize on that, I think. Right. She might have said her mouth was dry, but she was definitely saying, I thought that when she was they was talking about the strangulation thing, she was saying her throat hurts. Now, this is just the sister talking. The sister could use the wrong word, but I'm just looking at it from the side of what the defense might jump on. Lady Steph say they're trying to allude to the opinion of she just had a dry mouth needing water, not because he had choked her. Exactly. This is one of those trials, I'm able to, it's right in the middle enough, and it's just small, you know what I'm saying, where I can kind of I can kind of see it on both sides. Like, I absolutely believe he did all that foolishness. But I also, like I keep saying, I hate to, it sounds bad, but I just can't be nobody but me. But I can also see whereas because it went that far, she might have felt like she had to put a little bit of 20 on 10 in order not to get no gun charges, in order to show that it was self-defense. Because you got to remember, she didn't have no visible real bruising and stuff, But you ain't got to have none to be abused. But hey. Oh, let me fast forward. We were just talking though.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Oh, did you figure it out? Ms. Hopper, when you were interacting with Mr. Lawson that evening, the September of 2022, did you notice anything about Mr. Lawson that would suggest to you that he had been drinking?
Yeah, I can smell the alcohol in his breath.
Where did the towels come from that you used to try to stanch the flow of the blood, if you remember?
I do.
Where did you go get them or someone?
No, my sister went and got the towels.
Okay, do you know where she went?
To our linen closet.
Okay, and is that a doorway that is down that hallway or it's in the kitchen or where would we go in the apartment?
Straight down the hallway.
At the very end,
Very end.
not in any of the bedrooms?
No.
Okay. Ms. Beza, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rios? All right, thank you, Ms. Hopper, for being here.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, while I was talking with the lawyers about your questions, I asked about how long the next witness would be, and this witness, the next one should take even less time than Ms. Hopper, and so my thought was, let's do that before a break, but I don't mean for anyone to be sitting, having trouble focusing because you haven't had a break. Are we good with one more witness before a break? Everyone is nodding or at least not saying no. So the next witness, please.
Okay, I happen to like being called Judge B to the D, okay? But courtesy of Lady Steph, Judge Benefit of the Doubt, y'all always say that I am so biased. I am exercising less bias, okay? Let's continue.
How about you? Shorter than Ms. Hopper, briefer than.
Winifred Finch.
Dang, we didn't got to the 4th hour, y'all. I think this day he only got 6.
Winifred Finch.
We only got another hour and a half for this full day.
Is that the same as Winifred Humphreys? Because I thought Peggy McCrary had said she has a daughter named Winifred.
I'm gonna fast forward it. I'm willing to stay till we finish this day. You know, it's probably another hour. Okay, let's press through one more hour. Get y'all through y'all work day. I want to put it on y'all. Oh, I snorted. Let me see. Who is this little lady with this long head? Boom. Let's go.
Winifred Finch, Winifred, Finch, Finch.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for work?
I work in import-export logistics.
You know a person by the name of Kenisi McCrary?
Yes,
How do you know her?
she's my sister.
You know a person by the name of Larry Lawson?
Yes,
How do you know him?
he dated my sister.
Do you see him in court before?
You can stand up if that'll help you see people.
Yes, I do. Yes, I see him.
You identify what clothing that he's wearing?
The gray suit.
Record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant.
She has?
Now, one of the records hinted that the September 7th of 2022, around 7:15, 7:30, what were you doing around that time?
I was actually at home, just at home relaxing.
And where is your house in relation to Kenisia's house at 5100 Welcome Hall Road?
I'm about 15 minutes away.
What happened around that time?
I received a phone call stating that there had been an incident at her home.
Who called you?
Initially, it was my sister called, and then I got LaTanya.
And at the time that she called you, kind of what was her demeanor?
She was upset.
Did you go to Kenisia's house?
Yes, I did.
When you arrived on scene, what did you see?
Cops, police officers, of course, family members, and then going into the residence. Well, I initially didn't go in because the police was still in, but I saw a bunch of cops and police officers and ambulance and my family, of course.
Was the defendant still on scene when you arrived?
No, he was he had been taken away.
Now, where was your sister located when you arrived?
When I arrived, Kenisia was in the police car.
And was she ever released from the police car?
Yes, she was.
Were you still on scene when she was released from the police car?
Yes, I was.
Now, when you arrived, does Kenisia have any children?
Yes, she does.
And how many?
3.
Now, when you arrived, where were the children?
In the bedroom.
Inside of the apartment?
Inside of the apartment, in the bedroom.
Do you remember if they were with anyone?
My mom, their grandmother.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Is no questions for Ms. Finch? Jurors, any questions for Ms. Finch? Were you ever Ms. Humphreys?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going through the words.
Got one
Yes.
question.
Okay. All right. I wasn't prying. Another witness had said, Winifred
They
Humphreys. And so that's you.
It's hyphenated. It's Finch Humphreys, but yes, so I dropped the Humphreys.
Got it.
Yeah.
Finch it is.
Yes, sir.
All right. Give me 1 second. We'll be right back. Any negativity or friction. Ms. Finch.
Yes.
Were you ever with your sister and Mr. Lawson at the same time?
Yes, I've been with them at the same time.
Okay. When you were with them and they were together, did you ever observe any negativity or friction between the two of them?
At the times that they were together, there was a time, I mean, that they.
So I don't want you to get into specifics as in, hey, X or Y or Z happened. But as you think back on the time you spent with the two of them together, were you ever around them when they bickered or fought or argued or negativity, however you want to define
I
it?
had been.
Okay.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Were you ever around Mr. Lawson when you perceived that he had been drinking or was drunk?
No, I had not been around him at that, those times.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Beza, any follow-up based on those questions?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rios?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Finch, for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. This clock on the wall says 3:26. So let's try to be back.
I've been a.
All right, we're gonna keep this thing gonna keep on rolling.
Judge President accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Mr. Dent, you got forced into the front row. I know.
They're gonna defend it in case y'all hadn't
Everyone
seen
else can be seated.
the one in his Easter suit over there.
We remain in the midst of the state's presentation, and I will ask Ms. Beza to call the state's next witness, please.
State calls EMT Wheelers.
Will you face me and raise your right hand? You swear affirm the testimony you will be able to the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. The Lord, you not see. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Alexandra Devane. It's Alexandra. Last name is going to be Devane.
Did you used to be known as Alexandra Wheelis?
Yes, sir. I got married in July.
All right, congratulations.
Where are you employed?
I am currently employed at Air Evac. I am a flight medic with Air Evac. I am a part-time paramedic with Grady and a part-time paramedic in Troup County for AMR.
What do you do for your evac?
I'm a flight paramedic, so we do like critical care transports and like 911 scene calls.
Now, how long have you done this for?
I've been in EMS for 13 years. I've been a paramedic over 6 years.
Now, in those 6 years as a paramedic, approximately how many scenes or crime scenes have you responded to? Or scenes, I should say, have you responded to?
I could not begin to tell you. I think looking for my reports just in like a little over a year, I was over almost 1,500 calls.
And are all these emergency calls?
For Grady and AMR Troop, they are all 911 calls, yes.
I want to direct your attention to September 7th of 2024 at approximately 8:24 p.m. Did you happen to respond to 5100 Welcome All Road?
I did, yes, West.
What county is that in?
It's going to be South Fulton.
And did you respond?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to the scene, did you assess or treat anyone?
I did. I assessed 2 people.
Who are those people?
It's going to be Carmen and Kenesha.
McCrary?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you document your assessment of Kenesha McCrary in a report?
I did.
I want you to look at what's right in front of you, State's Exhibit 58. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's going to be her PCR, her patient care report.
For Kenesha McCrary?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this your documentation of the assessment of her?
It is, yes, ma'am.
And at this time, the state moves State's Exhibit 58 into evidence. No objection.
Ms. Rios, no objection. 58 is admitted.
Publishing it at this time. Now, in looking at your report, and moving on, once the blackness goes away, moving on to the second page at the top of it. And you can also look at the screen as well. What was the primary impression?
So let me see. The primary impression. Sorry, there's like multiple things in a report. It may say head pain.
It's also on the screen, if that helps you. No, right in front of you. You don't even
Okay,
have to
right
bend
here.
in a weird way. It's to stay muted,
Stay muted.
and then they
Okay, yeah, the
magnified it for
laceration
you.
abrasion. Like I said, there's multiple. Okay, yeah, it was a laceration abrasion hematoma.
And you described it as minor surface trauma, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the secondary impression?
Headache.
And going down a little bit more, what was the chief complaint?
It's going to be head pain. And I can kind of explain a little about that. On our system, it's called ESO. It's kind of progressed over the years, but some odd years back, there might not be like an option for everything on the head. Like you might not have the option to put ear pain, lip pain. So the option was head pain at the time.
Now, what is the injury section of this?
Assault with bodily force.
Okay. And is that another drop-down menu that you have?
It is, yes, ma'am.
And the mechanism of injury, what does that mean?
Blunt, so it's how the patient was injured, either got hit or like a penetrating trauma. So.
And what's the difference between medical and trauma, also located on the right side?
Medical is going to be such things such as like hypertensive crisis, hypoglycemia, more of like a medical problem. This is caused by injury. That's what trauma is.
Now, moving down to the vital signs, what can you tell the jury about the Miss McCurry's vital signs? It's a lot of numbers and a lot of.
So her blood pressure was 132/80. Her pulse, that's her heart rate, it was 103. RR is going to be respirations, respiratory rate is going to be 18, and her SpO2 is her oxygen level. It was 100% on room air. The GCS score was 15. That's based off like eye movement, body movement, and whether they can communicate.
And what time did you take her vitals?
2040.
Which is?
8:40 p.m.
Now I want to move down to page 2 of 6. Can you please tell the jury what the narrative portion of your report?
So the narrative is what I write. It's basically what I saw or found. I try to just keep it as basic as possible.
And can you please read the narrative portion?
Responding to residents for a 32-year-old female involved in an assault/altercation. On scene, patient was seen sitting in the back of a police car. PD advised they wanted patient checked out because she has a history of asthma. Patient was ANO ×4, that means conscious, alert, and oriented, and able to answer all questions appropriately. Patient advised she had left ear pain with slight ringing from where she had been punched closed-fisted on the side of her head. Negative loss of consciousness. Patient also had a chief complaint of lip pain. Small laceration noted to the inside of right lip. Vitals were obtained. Secondary assessment reveals eyes, pearl, trachea, midline, negative JVD, clear and equal breath sounds bilaterally, soft non-tender abdomen.
Just slow down, I'm sorry, just a little for.
Soft non-tender abdomen, skin pink, warm and dry, GCS of 15. Law enforcement signed refusal due to being in police custody. Unit returned to service. Thank you.
So you noted the injury to her face, and what injury was that?
It said that it was a small laceration to the inside of her right lip.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Ms. Rios or Ms. Feely, any questions for Ms. Devane?
Did Ms. McCreary complain about the soreness around?
Everything that I remember is going to be in the report.
Do not write that in your report.
No, ma'am.
And you did not write in your report that she mentioned being strangled.
No, ma'am. But, you know, sometimes in the heat of moments, especially like these people are just full of adrenaline and they don't mention things.
But she, during our knowledge, she did not share that with you.
Not per my report, no, ma'am.
And when you did her vitals, you indicated through your report that her chest sounded fine and that her lungs sounded fine.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Briefly.
You started to explain about heat of the moment. So you, in a year, approximately, you've responded to 1,500 calls.
Yes, sir.
And sometimes in your experience as an EMT responding to these calls, do patients always tell you about every single ache and pain they have on scene?
No.
From your experience, why not?
Lots of times, like I said, I mean, scenes are chaotic. I mean, they just experience something traumatizing. And lots of times, even from a super bad car wreck or other things, things may not even start to hurt for an extended period of time. And any bruising or whatnot, sometimes that doesn't show up for, I mean, that could be over hours.
No further questions.
Anything else, Ms. Rios? All right. Any questions from jurors?
I was reading the email from my son's school when you type that in, and I missed this. And like the 1 second I looked down, I missed something. But I have seen this judge. I've been watching for over a year. And quite honestly, you already see the majority of the people that come in and out of this black. I've never felt like he never made me feel like, weird. He always seemed real fair and
Ma'am, can you explain to the jury what a GCS score or rating is?
Yes. So
But
it's
again,
a
I missed that
Glasgow Coma
comment.
scale. And basically what it does is it shows like the mental and physical status of the patient. So like one of the scores is eyes. Does the patient open their eyes spontaneously? Do they open them, do they not open them, until like you stimulate them painfully, verbally? And so
I don't know.
the verbal part of the score, whether they can answer questions appropriately, whether they're confused, whether they're just kind of like crying or moaning. And the other part of the score is like if they can follow your commands or kind of if like they're posturing, like seizing and things like that. So a GCS of 15 is like the max score. So that's everybody in this room right now has like a GCS of 15. That's what that is. Every patient in every report gets a GCS score.
So 15 is the highest?
Yes.
And 0 would be they're dead or they're in a coma?
3 is the lowest. So everyone that is dead has a GCS of 3, but you can also have a GCS of 3 and not be dead.
Okay.
Yes.
And your report had a 15, I think, in it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then medical related question, just based on your training. Do you know if adrenaline can mask pain or distract someone from the fact, like, actually your arm is missing, but you don't notice it because there's a lot of adrenaline going.
I've actually had that exact call where their arm was missing. Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you have your job and I don't.
Yes.
But from your training and experience, people who are experiencing a surge of adrenaline may not be attuned to what in a calmer state might be recognized as pain.
Oh, yes. I mean, like I said, the example that you actually had just gave, I mean, the person who lost their arm was currently in no pain. I mean, the adrenaline can pump so intensely that even such a significant injury, just the pain is not registering at that time. That can happen for significant injuries or minor injuries.
All right. Ms. Beza, any follow-up with Ms. Devane?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rios? All right. Thank you for your time.
All right. Moving right along.
Next witness?
State calls Detective
When we come
Dickerson.
back tomorrow, we'll be finishing this trial and getting the verdict. I hope you guys can join me, but we are not finished. Don't go nowhere, you guys. Let's see.
Testimony you'll give, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
I almost want to finish this tonight.
When you say this, spell your name, right?
It's Sergey Dickerson. It's spelled P-S-E-R-D-A. Last name is Dickerson, D-I-C-K-E-R-S-O-N.
Where are you employed?
With the city of South Fulton.
Police Department?
Yes.
What capacity?
Right now, I'm over the background recruitment. During this time, I was in the criminal investigation division.
Now, when did you start your new position?
2 weeks ago, actually.
And you said you're assigned to the criminal investigations divisions prior, correct?
Yes, as a lieutenant.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities in the criminal investigations division?
Pretty much for the day-to-day operation as far as with detectives, going over homicide cases, domestic violence, anything dealing with persons' crimes.
Now, are you post-certified?
Yes.
Mandatory training?
Yes.
Were you post-certified in 2022?
Yes,
I want to direct your attention to September 7th of 2022. Were you working on that day?
I was.
Did there come a point in time when you were called in to investigate an alleged crime that happened at 5100 Welcome Hall Road?
That's correct.
What county is that?
In the Fulton County.
What was your position in this case?
At that time, I was a detective.
And were you what would be considered the lead detective in this case?
Yes.
What does it mean to be lead detective?
So lead detective is responsible for the investigation process. At that time, the lead detective will give directions to other detectives, inquiring any information, also delegating information to the detectives on scene. So it's pretty much taking full responsibility in the entire crime scene.
Did there come a point in time when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
Oh, AJ, you talking about what time to meet? Hold on.
So my first thing.
Well, AJ, I come on at 10 a.m. and I was late this morning, but I won't be late tomorrow. But anyway, let me say it right. I come on between either 10 a.m. in the morning, Central Standard Time, or I come on at 11. If I'm not here by 10, I will be here at 11. And then at night, I come every night, pretty much on time. I can say on time. I'm here every night, Monday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Okay. Yeah, he might have had an injury or something. He real young to be already in administrative, and he was a lead detective. Who knows?
Around the scene, I got with the officer on scene to gather all the information. At that time, the officer advised me about the situation that he did have someone detained in the back of the vehicle due to the fact of the shooting.
Now, was that Officer Farrell you spoke with?
Yes.
Did you come to learn the person that was detained in the back of the vehicle?
Yes.
What was her name?
Miss McCoy?
That Canisium?
Canisium McCoy, yes.
Now, you say detained. Can you please explain to the jury what does it mean to be detained?
So being detained is not actually under arrest. At that time, doing the interview process, we're gathering information to see what actually took place. So we'll ask you, hey, for witnesses or suspects, we'll detain them before we question them, and then we'll actually put them in a location until detective arrives to gather more information.
So after you spoke with the officer, what did he do next?
So after I spoke to the officer, I went inside the location to look at the crime scene, just to see what actually took place before I started talking to Ms. McQuarrie.
What did you generally see in the apartment?
So you can see where the shooting took place, which took place in the bedroom. You see blood droppings that led into the living room, and you can see where his final resting place was when EMS arrived on scene.
Then what did you do next?
So then I went and spoke to Ms. McQuarrie and asked her what took place. She explained that during the time of the altercation, she encountered her boyfriend at the time that was drunk, and she was trying to get the keys back from him, stating that she didn't want him to hurt no one or himself. So altercation took place where it got physical. At that time, she said she ended up on the floor where she was being choked with the individual's arm to where she lost consciousness. She was able to get up and run to the room to retrieve a gun. She did tell her children at the time, hey, call 911. Mr. Lawson did went inside the room, and he charged at her. She said she fired at his leg. She didn't want to kill him, but she did want the abuse to stop.
Back you up just a little bit into what Mr. McCurry told you initially, and if you need to look at your report to refresh your recollection, you can. Did she actually tell you that she lost consciousness?
She said she was losing consciousness.
Now, did you observe, what, if anything, did Mr. McCurry tell you about being hit towards the face area that you documented in your report?
She said she lost hearing in her ear. Also on her lip, she had a bruise on her right side of her lip.
And did you observe bloody or swollen lip?
I did.
Did you write that in your report as well?
Yes.
Now, did you compare Ms. Lawson's relay of events to the actual crime scene?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you compare her relay of events to the actual crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 44. Does this photo have any significance as to your investigation in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
The black part of the screen should be disappearing.
Okay.
Can you please tell the jury, can you please tell the jury what is the significance of this photo?
So you could, when she gave the story of where she was standing when she actually shot the suspect, you could tell by the window where she was standing. She would have been standing there because the bullet projectile went to where number 2 was. So exactly where she said she was standing, it did match up to where she actually fired a shot.
And how do bullets normally expel from firearms in your experience as a detective, lieutenant, and all your years on the force?
So she was right-handed, so it depends on which side the actual person holds. But in my years of experience, the projectile goes to the right.
Now, after interviewing Ms. McCurry and comparing her story to the scene, speaking with officers, etc., what, if anything, happened next?
So just walking through the scene, it was another photo too, but from where she shot the her gun and from where you can see the blood splatter. So just walking the scene, that's the photo where you can tell where he actually was shot at and where it hit him and where the blood started to come out his leg.
That's State's Exhibit 42. What, if anything else, did you do?
So then just following the trail of blood. So as was walking outside the room, you can see where the blood was actually as it thickens. So he was losing more blood as he was walking towards the door. She did state that after she shot him, she was trying to render aid to make sure, his well-being.
Were there kids on scene that you remembered?
Yes, it was a 12-year-old daughter that was there.
And were there two other kids as well?
Yes, they was outside of the scene at the time I arrived.
Now, from your investigations, at the time you arrive on scene, Kanicia McCrary is detained. From your investigation, what, if anything, happens to Kanicia McCrary?
So after speaking to her, after she gave details of what took place, and after walking the actual scene to see where the scuffle took place, she was released on scene based off the evidence that I saw on scene.
And did you ever take out any warrants on this case?
Yes, I did.
For who?
For Mr. Lawson.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
You can stand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Right.
Can you identify an article of clothing, please?
He has on yellow and gray tie.
No further questions for this witness.
Okay. Ms. Rios, any questions for, it's now Lieutenant?
Yes.
Lieutenant Dickerson.
Good afternoon.
You're not the responding officer on this case.
No, ma'am.
You're not the person on the scene.
No, ma'am.
Did not witness any altercation between Larry and Miss McCrary.
No, ma'am.
Did not see him strangle, or you did not see him strangle Miss McCrary.
No.
You did not see him punch Miss McCrary.
No.
You did not. Now, you've been an officer, you said, for, did you say how many years?
I did not. For over 17. Mm-hmm.
And you had lots of training as a police officer. That training included how to write reports and how they should be thorough as possible.
That's correct.
All the details, because you might be called to trial, let's say 3 years later. And you did not include in your police report that you observed any injuries to her neck, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no photos taken of her neck area.
At that time, crime scene would have took photos, but to my knowledge, I don't know about that part.
When you got there, Larry was lying on the floor.
So he was being transported to Grady.
Got there about an hour after the
Correct.
initial call.
Yes.
Ms. McCrary never mentioned anything about Larry saying everyone has to die someday.
Not to my knowledge, I don't recall that.
You don't, she did not tell you that he tried to grab her neck.
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
Ms. McCrary did not relate to you that Larry tried to grab her neck.
He said he launched at her.
He never tried to, she never said he tried to grab her neck.
No, verbatim, she said he launched at her in an aggressive manner.
Now, you did not observe anything indicating that Larry was intoxicated.
On scene?
Correct, yes.
No.
Did you check in your investigation? Did you follow up and get any medical records from the hospital regarding Mr. Larry?
I did not.
So you never got any indication that he had blood in his system?
Blood in the system?
Not this, alcohol in his blood.
No, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Now, in your investigation, did you, well, I'm assuming you never talked to Larry on the scene, correct?
That's correct.
Because he was unconscious.
That's correct.
Now, he went to the hospital and recovered.
Mhm.
And you never went and talked to him then?
So at that time, warrants already obtained. And so, I don't remember making a phone call to him at that time, but we took out warrants based off the information and based off the physical evidence on the scene. Warrants were obtained for his arrest.
Did not, in your investigation, talk to him before taking out warrants?
I did not, based off the information and on the scene, and based off the witnesses, and based off the daughter there, and based off the bruising and all that took place. So accountability while warrants was taken out for his arrest.
But in regards to this incident, you only talked to Ms. McCrary, correct?
On scene, I talked to residents around, so it was known that this arguments always take place in reference to those two. And so based off that information, but based off her talking to her and actually walking through the actual crime scene, that led me to take out warrants for his arrest.
But the people you talked to, none of them were in that room that day.
They were not, except for the 12-year-old girl.
But in your report, you didn't mention anything about talking to the daughter.
I just she was a juvenile at the time, so at that time I put 12-year-old witness the actual incident. So I didn't go into detail, but I did put 12-year-old witness the incident.
No further questions.
Ms. Beza, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. You were asked questions on cross-examination in regards to Ms. McCrary telling you about injury to her neck, correct?
Correct.
And whether or not you documented any bruising to her neck, right?
Yes.
Did you document that she told you that he put his forearm in her neck and she thought she was going to die?
I did.
And that he pushed the 12-year-old?
I did, yes.
Now, you were asked questions about the defendant's intoxication and medical records about the intoxication. Would that have been even relevant to your investigation?
Not at that time, based off her being bruised and beating and her well-being, he would have still, based off the evidence, I still would have took out warrants for his arrest based off that.
No further questions.
Ms. Rios, any recross?
Okay.
All right. Any questions from the jurors for Lieutenant Dickerson? Thank you.
But that's so weird. When the lady asked him specifically about the neck stuff, why he just didn't say that? That's weird. Let's see what the jury comes up with. I think he might just be the last witness here. Let me see. No, it's one. Look like another family member by the look of him. No, maybe not. One more witness, y'all. We're going to adjourn for the day. That might be the daughter. She was 12 then. She 15 now. This next girl, she definitely look like family. Let me see. Let me fast forward.
She did was stop.
As soon as I fast forward, I miss something. Okay, here we go.
According to the CSI tech, she swapped for DNA, so that's saying that she swapped for test.
Okay, but I don't want, if you know the results, I don't want you to share them. Do you know if you or someone who followed up on the case ever received any results from the GBI?
I did not.
Okay. Explain to the jury why you, if you're the one who'd be making this decision, why you didn't arrest Ms. McCrary if you believed she shot Mr. Lawson in the leg.
So Based off the evidence, usually domestic violence, the victim, she tried to retreat to a different location to get away from her attacker. So at that time, while her retreating and the attacker still coming, so you have the right to defend yourself at all times. So if the attacker continues to attack, then she did the next best thing that she thought that she did was stop the attack by shooting him in the leg.
When you got to the scene, was Mr. Lawson already on his way to a hospital to get medical attention?
He was.
Did you examine the lock on the bedroom door into which Ms. McCrary had retreated, to use your term, to see if it had been tampered with or broken?
So I did observe the door. Crime scene technicians at that time showed the pictures of the door, but it was stated that he opened the door and came at her in an aggressive manner.
Not that the crime scene tech told you that, but Ms. McCrary told you that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Beza, do you have any follow-up with Lieutenant Dickerson based on that?
No, Your Honor.
That's the
Ms. Rios?
honorary.
You
Honorary
are not
Langer.
an expert in blood spatter analysis.
I'm not.
You did not direct CSI to search for any other projectiles outside the room.
Do I not?
You did not direct CSI to search for other projectiles outside of the bedroom.
So that's incorrect. So based off our search warrant, we searched the whole location for projectiles, for DNA swabbing. So when we do a search warrant, we don't just stay in one location, it's for the whole entire apartment.
All right. Lieutenant, thank you for your time. Same.
Damn, he shut her down real quick.
Next witness.
Last witness. Last witness is Carmen McCray, the daughter who was 12 then. She's 15 now. And they are showing her face. I know I have watched a trial with juvenile witnesses before in this court, and let me see. They didn't show a juvenile. Finishing strong. We on the last, yeah. The last witness is a strong witness. Let me go.
Testimony will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth. Lord, you have some. Any statements, been in the record?
KARMEN.
Ms. McCray, can you move a little closer to the microphone? I know that, sorry with that, but you got that boot on. But you can slide the chair and then just lean into the microphone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Carmen.
Good afternoon.
As Judge said, just speaking to the microphone, so Ms. Rivers can hear what you say. And if you need to move it down, you can. How old are you?
15 years old,
And what grade are you in?
9th grade.
Do you have any siblings?
Yes, ma'am.
What are their names and ages?
Anthony Prather and Ada McQuarrie, 9 and 5.
What's your mom's name?
Kanesia McQuarrie,
And who do you live with?
my mom.
Do you like to do any kind of activities or hobbies?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you like to do?
Dance and draw.
Can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Dance and draw.
What kind of dancing?
Sure.
TikTok dancing too?
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of pictures do you like to draw?
Anything.
Now, Carmen, I want to talk about September 7th of 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go through that evening before 7 p.m. What were you doing?
In my room.
And who was in your room, if anyone, with you?
Anthony Prather,
And Anthony at the time was how old?
6.
What were you and Anthony doing in the room?
We were on our phones.
Now, do you remember where Aiden was?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old was Aiden at the time?
2.
Where was Aiden?
In his room.
With who?
My mom.
When you say Aiden's room, did he share a room with your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what your mom was doing with Aiden?
Getting him out the tub.
Now, what is the next thing that you kind of remember memorable from that?
Mr. Lawson coming in
Coming in where?
to the apartment.
Was he not in there before?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you say Mr. Lawson came in, I want you to, who is Mr. Lawson to you?
My brother's father.
And at the time in 2022 of September, did he live with you guys?
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to look around the courtroom. And do you see the person that you say, Mr. Lawson, that you can stand up in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the article of clothing he's wearing?
A gray sweat suit and a yellow dress shirt.
Does the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant?
She has.
Now, when he came in the house that early evening, or early night, I should say, when he came in the house, where were you?
In my room.
Still in your room with your brother?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was your mom?
In her room.
Now, do you remember how he was acting when he came in?
He was very loud.
Do you remember what he was saying?
No, ma'am.
What happens next?
I don't recall.
Now, do you ever remember on that night your mom and the defendant speaking?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you when they were talking?
In my room.
What did you overhear?
Mr. Lawson wanted to take the keys to go somewhere.
One of the keys to go somewhere.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were they speaking at soft tones? Was one louder than the other? What was the level of their voices?
My mom was speaking in a normal tone. Mr. Lawson was a little louder.
Do you remember where they were in the apartment when they were initially arguing about the keys?
No, ma'am.
So they're speaking and you hear them discussing about was it a discussion or more of an argument?
Argument.
They're arguing about keys.
Yes, ma'am.
At this point, where is baby Aiden?
He was still in his room.
Now, what do you remember happening to us?
I went to go get my little brother from his room
Why did you do that?
because I didn't want him to hear his parents arguing.
You got Aiden. Where did you bring him?
In my room on my bed.
With your middle brother?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you keep the door open or closed?
Closed.
At the time that the three of you were in the room, what do you hear outside of the room?
Mr. Lawson getting louder.
Do you hear your mother at all?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember what they were saying?
No, ma'am.
Now, you're in the bedroom. What are you doing with your brothers in the bedroom?
Trying to keep them calm.
Do you remember what you were doing with them?
No, ma'am.
What do you remember happening next?
They continued to argue.
You're overhearing this argument.
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened?
I went into the hallway and came to the end of the hallway.
And when you're at the end of the hallway, what happened?
I see my mom on her back and Mr. Lawson on top of her.
Now, when you're at the end of the hallway and you see this, where are your siblings?
In my room.
Why did you come out your room?
Because it was hard to hear my mom.
Now, when you see your mom on the back, where was her head?
Facing the window in the living room.
Was her head closer to the TV or was it closer to the couch?
The TV stand.
Was she on her stomach, her back?
She was on her back.
And where was the defendant?
On top of her.
Did you see what he was doing when he was on top of her at that time?
Not initially.
Tell us more.
When I came closer to the end of the hallway, I saw his forearm on my mom's neck, and he was using the other one to shove me back.
came down the hallway, 4 arms on your mom's neck. How close were you to them when he shoved you back?
Right behind the defendant,
The living room area.
the hallway.
Now, did you say anything when you came out the room?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you say?
Get off of my mom.
Say it at that time?
No, ma'am.
Tell the jury exactly how you said it.
Get off of my mom.
Say it once or multiple times?
Multiple times.
Is it fair to say that you were yelling that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the defendant get off of your mom when you were yelling to get off of your mom?
No, ma'am.
What did he do instead?
He continued to keep his arm on her neck.
Now, when he pushed you, did you fall to the ground? Where did you go?
I stumbled backwards.
How did you feel at this moment?
I just wanted my mom to get up.
What did you do next?
I went back to my room
Why?
to check on my brothers.
While you were in your room, what happened?
My middle brother was calling my grandma.
That is Peggy.
Yes, ma'am.
What happens next that you remember?
I remember she was saying she was on her way, and I went back into the hallway.
Your grandma was on her way.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you went back into the hallway, what, if anything, did you see at this point?
He was still kind of on her.
Then what happened?
I went back into my room and I started talking to my grandmother.
Did you keep the door open or closed?
Closed.
What happened next?
I heard my mom go into her room and close the door. Well, she hit my door and then she went to her room and closed and locked her door.
You heard a hit on your door, what you described as a hit.
I can do it.
Yeah.
Did she say anything as she went by, or she just hit the door?
She just hit the door. I think she was trying to see if it was locked or closed all the way.
So she hit the door, what you described as a hit. How do you know she went into her room, if you were inside the room?
Because I could hear her like walking fast and I heard Mr. Lawson still in the living room.
Are the 2 bedroom doors next to each other?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you hear your mother's door open or close or what?
I heard her door close.
You're in your room with your 2 brothers, so you're not seeing any of this, you're hearing things.
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did you hear next?
I heard her closet door close and then I heard Mr. Lawson shuffle in the kitchen.
You heard him in the kitchen.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that he was in the kitchen?
Because I heard the drawers opening and the spoons and forks hitting the end of the drawer.
What do you remember happening next?
Sounded like he walked down the hallway, tried to pick the lock.
The lock on whose door? Your door?
My mom's door.
Now, if you're in the room, how do you know that he's trying to pick the lock?
Because if my younger brother used to lock himself out the bathroom, we would use a spoon and open it.
What do you remember hearing next?
I don't recall.
At any point in time, did you hear a gunshot?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember after hearing a gunshot?
Mr. Lawson groaning and my mom asking where her phone was.
What happened?
I opened my room door and looked into her bedroom.
What did you see?
Mr. Lawson standing in between the TV stand and the bottom of her bed.
And where did you go next after this?
I just stood at the end of the hallway.
Where were your little brothers?
They were trying to come out of my room, but I kept telling them to go back.
To go back into bed.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did the police end up responding?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your grandma end up coming?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when your grandma came, can you tell me where your grandma stayed?
She came into the front door and then she stood kind of at the end of the hallway. Then she came into my room.
And did she remain in the bedroom?
No, ma'am.
And when your grandmother came, did you keep your brothers in the bedroom?
I tried to.
Now, when the police ended up responding, did EMS end up responding?
Yes, ma'am.
And did an EMS worker check you out?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was that?
Difficulties breathing.
You have asthma?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Carmen, after the incident that occurred on September 7th of 2022, and after everything calmed down, did you see any injury to your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you personally observe?
Her lip was still kind of swollen.
No further questions.
Ms. Rios or Ms. Feely, any questions for Carmen McCrary? All right. Any questions from the jurors? All right. Thank you, Ms. McCrary, for being here.
You're welcome.
Oh, we do have questions. I'm sorry, not rushing anyone. Not quite, Ms. McCrary. Thank you. Counsel, let's step outside for a quick second, please.
I said that 2 hours ago, lady Steph. This jury is active, okay? Not the per diems. Quick sidebar, child. I'm on my way back to Fenty next weekend. I'm about to hit level 3,000 on my game. I'm gonna give me a gift card for $174. I told y'all about my game apps I'll be playing. I'm going to go back and get the parts I didn't get, the pieces I didn't get in. The setting powder and the okay, I'll do another one, Lady Steph, because from last year when I did it, I talked about the app that I've been on consistently, but I'll do an update. Will do. Will do. So will. Mm-hmm. I think the one I did last time was 100. It's the same game, but I got 100 cashed out on this game, and the final stage was $174. Yep. Yep. Yeah, girl, that's what I've been wearing. Girl, I be feeling like I'm Rihanna. I ain't gonna lie. Every time I do my makeup, I be talking about looking like Rihanna. I can't wait to go back and get the parts I didn't get. That's on my list. I ain't gonna lie, they told my honey, I said, I'm looking like Rihanna and things.
So I got a few questions for you. Did your brother Anthony, do you call him Anthony or AJ?
AJ.
AJ. Did your brother AJ ever go out of the bedroom you were in to go unlock the front door? We're talking about the night this happened, not ever since you've known him.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you remember when that happened in connection with all the things you've described seeing and hearing? Was it after the gun went off, before the gun went off?
After the gun went off.
Okay. Had you ever been with your mom and Mr. Lawson when they argued like they were arguing the night that we've been talking about? I don't mean where you ended up seeing the kinds of things you saw that you just talked about, but where voices were raised, they were using words you might not use at school, et cetera. Had something like that ever happened in your presence before?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Beza, do you have any follow-up based on that?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rios or Ms. Feely? Okay. Now you can go. I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
All right. And that concludes day one of the state of Georgia versus Lawson. Before I let you go, because we've been here so long, I just want to get a quick polling of the box, jury poll. Do we like these type of trials and want to add in here and there these short, quick other cases like this? Okay, Allison, thank you. Drop a 1 if yes, y'all would like to see more trials like this. Drop a 2 if no, you're not really digging these, you want to stay on the big trials. 1 for we can do more of these, add in more of these to the content. Yes. Okay, cool. So I have been looking through. I hadn't found the real interesting one yet for Judge Boyd, but like Judge Boyd, this judge here, Robert McBurney, we're gonna add these to the deal. You know, sometimes it's good to have some quick, short ones, not just those long, intense ones. All right, you guys. So we've been here 5 hours. We're gonna thank you, Candy Cane. Candy Cane be up there holding up them clouds real tight for us. If you was in the clouds and not able to type, or you catch this on the replay, let me know you guys' thoughts on this type of trial and what you're thinking of it. In the comment section. We will be back tonight. Got another one from AJ. It's a done deal then. Can we ask the lead bailiff not to comment on wigs? Only if the said wig is on a head like age 55 and better. Everybody have a good rest of the evening until we meet again tonight at 7 p.m. All right, because it's 5, it's 4 o'clock now, 7 or 8. I will schedule it. I don't want to hear nothing from Renee, so let me hurry up and close it out right now before she gets to type something. Let me hurry up and close it out. Thanks for watching. Do not forget, click the subscribe button and hit the bell icon. Like, comment, and share. See you next time.